the United States of America, to which stands nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
If someone would make our end up by motion.
So I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Ryan, how about a second?
I'll say.
Discussion on this agenda. Renee? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Call for public comment. I know we probably got a bunch of people signed up. If it pertains to the UDO, I would prefer that you hold it for that public hearing section. But if you just want to get up, talk about the weather, anything else, now is your time. Anybody for public comment? Did we just have the one sign up sheet, I'm supposing, for public comment?
I thought so
Or
too.
are they two? We may,
I'll go
we
check.
need to go check them.
Here they come.
Well,
Here they come.
here they come right now. Thanks, sir. It looks like all these are for the UDO. Is that correct? Okay, I know there's people in the library. If y'all can hear me over there and somebody just wants to speak for in public comment, I'll give you just a few minutes to get over here. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a while, but absolutely, we'll have presenters and we'll have discussion and you'll have up to 3 minutes to tell us how you feel about it. Yeah, sure do. Okay, when we get to that portion, it'll be just a second too. I don't see anybody coming forward for our regular public comments, so we'll move on to council comments. Anybody?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. We probably won't all leave happy, but let's leave as friends and neighbors. No one's here to try to hurt anyone. No one on this council. We've spent a lot of time on it and you deserve a lot of time. And we've talked about it. We've thought about it. We've discussed it. And the goal for tonight for all of us is to keep Mills River special. And the question is how. And we may have differing ideas on how, but just please know we're all here to try to make Mills River stay the town that we love. And it's where I grew up and it's where I want to be. So, but thank y'all for coming out.
James, you got anything?
Thank you guys for coming out.
I'll ditto what James said.
Yep, for sure. It's gonna be a long night. You'll have to bear with us. Y'all standing. If some of you feel the urge and are able to switch out with people, I would appreciate it as a mayor. Manager updates.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a few updates for you all and for those in the audience tonight. Exciting news. I know if you've had an opportunity to look outside and look at the North Loop area, you can see that there's more and more work that's being done every day. One of the final stages for us to be able to open up the river access areas is currently being placed right now. The safety fencing that will allow the construction crews to continue doing their work while also allowing the community to be able to access the river. And so we know that that's a priority. That's been that's been the driving force so far for this work back there. And so we're in the final stages of it. There's a couple other things that just have to be done. But I would say that we're anticipating an announcement via our social media channels tomorrow, as well as on our website. So please keep an eye out on those. When we're able to make an announcement on the ability to access that area, we will, but we plan on doing that tomorrow. Okay. The two other items that I have, tomorrow night is also the first movie night of the year, which is very exciting. And movie night in Millsboro Park, it is Zootopia 2. There are food trucks and yard games. They're going to be beginning around 6 p.m. tomorrow night. The movie is going to start at dark. So again, once it's dark enough to be able to see the movie on the big screen, That's when we're gonna be starting it. There's gonna be Chick-fil-A, Craig Kettle Corn, there's gonna be, Battles Ice Cream. And it's gonna be a great time. And so the other item that's really exciting is next Friday. So tomorrow is, movie night. The next Friday is Touch a Truck. That's gonna be from 10 to 12 PM. It's also gonna be in Mills River Park. Kids can get up close to, our to fire trucks, to EMS vehicles, to tractors, to construction equipment, et cetera. It's a really fun event. If you've never had an opportunity to do that, kids absolutely love it. And we're excited that it's going to be going on next Friday from 10 to 12. As you can see, it's getting into the warmer time here, so we're excited about just starting up all the programming and all the opportunities within our beautiful park. So that concludes my remarks.
The movie night tomorrow night, is it rain or shine?
So yeah, thank you, Mayor. So there, we are watching the weather right now. If the weather gets to be inclement, we would have to make a decision. We're watching it right now. So again, we'll be putting that out via our social media channels as well. The goal is that we can have it. If it's unsafe, we'll have to call it, unfortunately.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, the motion to approve our consent agenda, please.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second,
I'll second it.
discussion on this consent agenda. Hearing any? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay. All right, regular agenda. Public hearing on consideration of the adoption of the UDO.
So
Need a motion to put us into the public hearing, please.
make the motion to enter into legislative public hearing for the adoption of ordinance 2026-09, adopting the Unified Development Ordinance.
Thank you, Brian. Second.
I'll second it.
Good deal. Any discussion on that before we move forward? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in the public hearing. Get my cheat sheet over here so I can keep it straight. Okay, does any council member have a conflict of interest with any of this UDO as it pertains to rezoning or anything that you could possibly make a profit off of, so on and so forth?
I have something that I would like to bring to the surface and just ask council what they think. I have property that currently is neighborhood commercial. And when they looked at the UDO for rezoning it, they zoned it mixed residential. I asked for it to go to commercial 3 times and they said no. So when we had a meeting and sat down and looked, they presented that my vision for the property could fit under the mixed use,
Or mixed residential?
mixed residential. So I was satisfied with that. So I don't have a problem with it, and
Okay.
I just want to make sure that nobody thinks, that it would be detrimental.
Anybody have a problem with that? From a lawyer standpoint, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine with that. I
Okay.
think that 160-109 covers conflicts of interest as a governing board member shall not vote on any legislative decision regarding a development regulation, which is why we're here today, legislative decision regarding a development regulation, where the outcome of the matter being considered is reasonably likely to have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact on the member. It didn't sound like Councilmember Good had said any of those keywords, but no problem. And thank you for bringing that to the council's attention.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, so you're good to go. Stay with us.
Okay.
All right, I guess it's time for staff to present. I'll see who wants to lead us off with that.
Thank you, Mayor. We're gonna tag team this a little bit. Chad's going to be the driver tonight, so I'm going to turn it over to Chad. I'm sorry. I apologize. I already got my own order messed up. Chad's going to be the driver of most of the report, but I'm going to turn it over actually to the attorney real quick, to Brian, to fill us in on the information right now regarding some other legislation and the impacts of what that may mean for the conversation tonight, and then we'll actually get into the actual UDO itself.
So I think the legislation that Mr. McKierhan is talking about is that potential legislation that's up for consideration that would revoke the authority that Mills River had to adopt a UDO, notwithstanding the fact that there was a prohibition on downzoning. I did not, before I came here today, check to see where it was. The other night, it had its second reading. On the third reading would be the vote, and it would get passed.
Oh, that was not a hint towards you, but it worked.
Then it would be passed on to, the House for its vote. I think what, in light of that and some of the issues that it may present, we tried to address all of that in the ordinance that would be voted upon tonight, which would adopt the UDO. And so what our concern is, would be if we adopted an ordinance that in essence adopted the UDO as presented, that Chad will present tonight. If legislation came out and canceled that UDO, made it invalid and of no force and effect, we would be left without any kind of zoning ordinance. So in essence, the ordinance that we're up for consideration tonight, if we vote on it and it gets approved, it would supersede the existing ordinance right now. If ultimately down the road, the legislators decided to strike that, make it invalid, the ordinance that we would be considering tonight, we wouldn't have any ordinance in existence. It would basically be, the city would be entirely unzoned. So we attempted the best that we could to craft an ordinance that says, should that happen, that the ordinance that exists immediately prior to the vote tonight would be revived and be the current ordinance of down at Mills River. So that's where we are. That's included in the language of the ordinance. And Mr. McKirahan, if you wanted me to say anything else, just ask.
I got one quick question.
Yep.
How long do you anticipate this process going into state level?
Not very long. I would think sometime in end of June, July, we'll have an answer.
Yeah, as of today, it did pass the third reading. And so it has not been assigned to a House committee. I suspect it'll be assigned to a House committee no later than next Monday or Tuesday. And then it would go through that process.
I guess. Oh, thank you.
What is the continuance?
Hang on. We'll give you time to speak in a little bit, I promise you. If we let this get started, we'll be here till 1, 2 o'clock. So let's see here. All right, we're ready for y'all to present. We might learn a little bit in this part of it too. I hope I learned something. Been a lot of reading, a lot of reading.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thanks for the chance to be here. I'm Chad Meadows. I am the principal of Code Red Planners, drafter of the Unified Development Ordinance that's before you tonight. Absolutely. Am I on?
Well, just a little closer. Yeah.
Speak louder. As I said before, my name is Chad Meadows. I am the principal of Code Right Planners. Code Right is the firm that has drafted the Unified Development Ordinance that's up for consideration tonight. And I'm going to take the next 15 or 20 minutes and walk you through some of the main aspects in the ordinance and the process that was used to develop it. All right. This is just to make sure that everybody has a level playing field in terms of what's in this document and what led to it. Okay. Maybe. It did buzz. Kevin, you want to drive? Can you drive? Let's go to the next slide. 7 topics tonight. We're going to talk about the purpose for tonight, the project goals, the steps that were taken to prepare the draft UDO. I'll give you a quick overview of the document itself, 7 or 8 notable aspects inside the draft ordinance. We'll talk about the zoning map. So next slide, please, sir. The purpose for tonight is the legislative hearing for consideration of the UDO and the zoning map as required under the North Carolina General Statutes. 160D 601A says that the governing board shall conduct a legislative hearing before adopting a development ordinance. And that is what tonight is about. There may be a continuance of this hearing. That sometimes happens, and it's perfectly lawful if council decides to do that. There is not another notice that will go out if a continuance is made to a date certain, a date and time certain. So if we come to that point in the process, the body may decide to continue. They may decide not to. So we'll see where that goes. Next slide. Very quickly, there were 7 main project goals that led us in this process. First and foremost was protecting community character. As was stated before, Mills River is a special place, and everybody who's been involved in this project, everybody who works for the town, are all dedicated to making sure that Mills River remains the special place that it is. Our second project goal was implementing town policy. You have a comprehensive plan. It's called Making Mills River. This comprehensive plan sets down a variety of things that the community said it wanted for the future. Kinds of land uses, where they should go, issues like that. One of the key project goals here was implementing that town policy guidance. The development regulations are the key tool that the town has to implement its policy guidance. Number 3, we wanted to make a user-friendly code. What does that mean? Something that is illustrated, something that does not use, my apologies to any lawyers, any legalese. To the extent that we could use normal, plain English, we did so. There's a lot of use of illustrations, a lot of use of summary tables, and a lot of use of language that is hopefully understandable to everybody who might pick it up. Number 4, protecting the environment, whether that's slopes, whether that's the French Broad, whether that's prime agricultural farmland. Those are all environmental resources that need to be protected. Increasing housing options, not necessarily increasing the number of houses, but increasing the range of allowable types of housing, recognizing that people's preferences and needs for housing change over the course of their life. We've incorporated additional options. Most of those options require legislative action by council to be established. And that was something that was discussed in great detail with the community as we moved through this process. Promoting development quality generally. The consensus was if there was going to be more development in Mills River, then it needed to be good development, that we wanted quality development. That was something that was very important to the community as we worked on this document. And then finally, modernizing the uses. Your current regulations are quite old. I believe they were put in place when you incorporated. There are new uses out there now that we are dealing with. Maybe you've heard of data centers. That's certainly something that's out there that people are thinking about. So we've modernized the uses and the regulations that apply to those. Go ahead on to the next slide. This shows the project steps. We have been at this for about 20 months. We started this in October of 2024. And in fact, we signed the contract well before that. There was a hurricane that came through, maybe you heard about it, which delayed this project. But we started in earnest in October. We've followed a very methodological process here. There's been a web page, www.imaginemillsriver.com. Hopefully you've been there. Hopefully you've not heard this for the first time tonight. But with this sort of process, we prepared a code diagnosis, a shopping list of potential changes to the regulation, and we shared that with the community. Then we prepared an annotated outline, a detailed listing of what the new UDO might include. You may remember we had in December of 25 our first public forum at the elementary school where we talked about what was in the annotated outline. Only then did we start drafting the document and the associated zoning map. After we finished the initial draft, we had the second public forum also at the elementary school. You may remember that. Then there was another draft. We revised the initial draft, both the text and the map. And then the adoption process started. What's not reflected on the screen is that this matter, this document and the map was up for consideration by the planning board on May 5th of 2026. And planning board suggested unanimous adoption of the document. So we have listed tonight adoption. This is the start date of this process. You may decide to adopt it tonight. You may decide to continue it. You may decide not to adopt it. But that date, 6/11, is the start of the process, not necessarily the finish. Next slide. These are the 9 chapters in the new Unified Development Ordinance. There are 593 pages in this document. Why so many? Well, you have over 100 pages of definitions. There are 600 illustrations in this document. There are tables of contents and other details that are not regulatory in nature, but rather help users understand how the document is structured and help people move through the document. There's also an appendix with very detailed application submittal requirements, a tree list, and other important information that applicants might use in the process of preparing an application. So yes, it is long. It's longer than what you have today. It also has more definitions, more illustrations, more resources for applicants. And that was the intention. Next slide. Here is just a sample of a couple of pages inside the document. Here are some of the concepts that drove this layout. We put quote unquote like material together. All the things that relate to procedures are in one chapter. All the things that relate to landscaping or parking or signage are all in one section so that you don't have to thumb through multiple pages of the ordinance, which you have to do today. A lot of summary tables, a lot of graphics. We've replaced the long prose, sentences, and paragraphs of your current ordinance with short numbered statements. Easier to read. You don't have to unwind a paragraph to understand what's being said. There are also navigational aids, headers, footers, cross-references. When the digital version of this document comes out, if it comes out, there are hyperlinks throughout the document that allow you to click on a cross-reference and then be taken to that page in the document. So much more robust in terms of its ability to allow people to work with it, understand it, use it. Next slide. 8 notable aspects. These were things that came up in discussion with the community during the drafting process. Number 1, maximum density of 4 units an acre. That is the maximum allowable density in Mills River, okay? No development will ever exceed 4 units an acre. Most developments will be less than 4 units an acre, okay? But that was considered to be the upper limit of what was appropriate for Mills River, so that's what's embedded in here. All townhouses, all multifamily development require a rezoning. That requires review by the planning board. It requires review by town council. There is no by right multifamily or townhouse development in Mills River. Okay, there's a very detailed process that kind of development has to go through. There's a 2-story building height maximum everywhere in town. No new buildings taller than 2 stories. Again, protecting the community character that is here. Now, I will say this, bona fide farm uses, agricultural uses are exempted from the code. And you might see an agricultural building that's taller than 2 stories. Why? Because it's exempted from the regulations, okay? Also on this farm issue, agriculture, agricultural uses allowed by right everywhere, okay? There's no limitation on agriculture. If you want to have chickens, you want to have goats, you want to have horses, you want to grow food, you can do that anywhere by right, okay? In addition to all bona fide farms being totally exempt from the regulation. Next slide. The family subdivision option remains in place. You can give property over to a family member. Doesn't even cost anything. There's no application fee, right? So that's been carried forward and protected. One of the most important aspects of this project is this idea of existing development, whether it's non-conforming or conforming. has been granted amnesty. In other words, you get to keep what you have today forever, even if it's non-conforming and it burns down or you choose to demolish it. You can replace it like it is forever. Okay? You get to keep what you have. There is not a single landowner in Mills River who has development on their property that'll be negatively impacted by this ordinance. Not one, because everything that exists is allowed to stay forever. Okay? There is a new rural mixed-use district option that allows people who already have existing mixed-use development, my house and my business on a single piece of property, that can stay. It can continue. We have asked the community and folks who have that situation on their property to come forward and let the town know so that we can put that zoning in place for them. Finally, there's the zoning map correction period. We are contemplating some changes to the zoning map. Now, some people might not be aware of that. Some people might not be comfortable with what's been proposed. One of the solutions that we would suggest is this correction period, a period of about a year where people can bring in a request to change their zoning for consideration by the planning board and the council for no charge. Okay, so you can come and bring your application and make your case as to why the zoning district designation that was laid on your property isn't right for you. Okay, but that'll be your case to make. I want to talk about, next slide, please. The zoning map. It is very different. If you look at the wall, the first two pieces of paper on the wall will show you the green map, which is the proposed map, green being agriculture and residential, versus the current zoning map. The red is mixed use. Mixed use allows commercial, mixed use allows residential, mixed use allows 30,000 square foot lots with almost no dimensional requirements. 75% of Mills River has mixed use zoning today with 30,000 square foot lots. Okay. There was a lot of concern about that. And that's one of the reasons why you see the map to its left with more green, more yellow, not quite as much mixed use, but still opportunities to establish it. Next slide. It might be easy to think that staff and the consulting team sat in the back room and just threw darts and said, well, let's just put this color here and that color there. That's not the case. The fourth poster on the wall is the zoning map methodology. We took a very, again, methodical, thought through process where existing zoning was changed to proposed new zoning based on the existing lot size, the uses that are on the property, and or its location. And that piece of paper on the wall explains to anybody here in town who's got property what you were and what you went to and why. Now, we did have many conversations with people who came in and spoke to staff about what their property was potentially going to be zoned. In some cases, staff made changes to the map based on the information that was provided. Nobody's perfect and we can make mistakes, right? So we recognize that. Now, some people came in and asked, and they did not get their request honored for whatever reason, largely because of the future land use map, which is part of Making Mills River, okay? Regardless, we embedded in the process this 1-year correction period that allowed people an opportunity to come in and request a different zoning designation for free, and to make their case about why their request should be honored. And as far as I know, that is still in the process, still in the plan. So just want to be sure that everybody's aware of that. Next slide. I mentioned before on May 5th, the planning board considered the UDO, considered the zoning map, and I'll mention to you that this process was governed by a steering committee that was comprised of members of your Board of Adjustment and your Planning Board. We have been meeting with them for 20 months. I cannot remember how many meetings we had with them, but I know it was more than 10. I think it might have been 15, to talk about this ordinance, to talk about the zoning map. Most projects, I've been doing this work for about 30 years. This is the 37th development code that I've drafted in my career. Often we talk to the planning board twice in these projects. Your planning board, we talk to about 15 times. So tonight, next slide. I'm done, and I appreciate the chance to share with you guys the journey that we've been on. I believe public comment will come next. I think 3 minutes a person is the protocol. I assume there will be questions and discussion during and after, and then town council deliberation.
Yeah.
And with that, I say thank you, and I'm standing by to answer any questions that you guys may have.
And if I may, Mayor, just wanted to let you all know as well that I don't want to miss an opportunity to say, regardless of the decisions that happen tonight, because again, this is the legislative body. This is democracy in action. This is the decision is in your hands. I just want to take a moment. I want to thank Chad. I want to thank Karen, and I really want to thank our staff for all the hard work that they've done. I want to thank our committees, boards for all the hard work that they've put into this as well. It has been 20 months. In fact, this started, and I was looking at my notes here. This actually started with a request for qualifications all the way back in January of 2024. And so starting with the conversations there to where we are today has taken a lot of effort. I want to thank you all as council for your work as well throughout this process. It has truly been a monumental effort, especially through through the hurricane and through so much other that's going on within the community. And I really want to thank you all. I think the next section is actually for council. If you all have questions first, obviously, Mayor, it's on you to call for that. But I'm also happy to answer any questions that I can as well.
Yes, sir. Questions from the council, the staff? Chad?
In regards to the downzoning prohibition, Mills River received a special local bill that allowed us to pass this UDO.
Correct.
Can you go over the time frame of how that occurred?
I can do that. Yeah. So Councilmember Kimball, and just for clarification as well, we started this process back in, officially kicked off October of 2025. And in December, I'm sorry, 24. So sorry. Yeah, there you go. When looking at, there was a bill that came before the General Assembly, which then became, Session Law 2024-57, which was passed in December of 2024. So again, we had already started this process that basically removed the ability of all municipalities and counties across the state of North Carolina, the ability to downzone. And so without permission from the property owner. So before that bill came forward, local governments could start what they call a downzoning, which would be, again, potentially eliminating certain uses on properties, densities, et cetera. That was removed across the state of North Carolina. At that time, in January of 2025, the first meeting, council, you all met in a public meeting to discuss the potential ramifications of that. And then on January 14th, reaching out to Senator Moffitt and Representative Balcom to talk about the potential ramifications of 24-57. Ultimately, at the end, on January 27th, or January 26th, I believe, you all passed a resolution 2501, which was a resolution strongly opposing the provision, and then shared that request. And so shared that moving forward, and then also requested that they attend the February 7th meeting. So again, the reason why I'm saying this right now is because starting at that point, the first meeting after its passage, there was the start for looking at trying to look for this exemption. After the February 14th meeting, you all then passed a resolution 25-03, which was requesting a local bill restoring the downzoning authority for the town of Mills River, as well as we provide, or you all passed draft legislation, draft language for local bill requesting an exemption. That was similar to what many other local governments across the state of North Carolina are doing at the time. On that day, on February 14th, 25, Senator Moffett did state that the bill was drafted. There was language already in the works at that point, and that it would be filed later on in February. And so we were keeping a keen eye here, and I know that you all, council, were doing so. And Representative Balcom as well, her assistant reached out and said that they were also watching it. And we're looking at trying to schedule a meeting with council. So there was a request for a delegation essentially, which would be on March 3rd. Later on, there was a meeting, a delegation of myself, Councilmember Kimball, Mayor Gantz, up to Raleigh. It was a nice, fun 8.5 hour, 9 hour round trip by the end of it, where we met with both Representative Balcom and Senator Moffett, where we discussed the need for a UDO exemption at the time, based off of, again, and I won't go into, I'll let you all talk about all that, but essentially requesting an exemption for the town of Mills River. And then on that all formulated then later on for, and I'm just looking through my notes here, I apologize. At that time, from that March meeting up until early May. So May 9th, around that time, May 8th is actually when we got, early May is when we got our hands on with the first draft of a potential local bill exempting this, the town of Mills River. So on May 8th, we had a public meeting again. We shared that language with you all council, and you all requested that I reach out to both Senator Moffett and Representative Balcom requesting changes to that bill. So that initial bill, and if it's all right, would you like for me to state it? It's up to you. Okay. Because of I think it's helpful for the language that was originally provided. The original bill stated that notwithstanding GS 160D 601 as amended by section 3K1A of Session Law 24-57, the town of Mills River may adopt the Unified Development Ordinance presented to the town of Mills River, to the town council on October 24. It also then said this part is effective when it becomes law, and any adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance shall occur on or before October 1st, 2025. So when council, you all in May 8th saw that language, first of all, you shared your thanks for the language there, but then also requested that I reach out for some changes onto it. The two changes that were requested were to change the words presented to the town council in October 2024 to say an initiative launched to the town, initiative launched by the town council in October 4, and further requesting more time. So instead of October 1st, 2025, a date of July 1st, 2026. I provided rationale that you all had stated during that meeting. Both reached out, but Senator Moffett responded that those were technical in nature at the time, and that there was not a problem. And so at that point, we then saw that the language was changed to reflect the will of council. And at that point, on June 12th, I also responded thanking for the support of the UDO request of HB 183, confirming the deadlines presented and that it aligned with our timeline. So again, there was conversation just making sure that that timeline was still in existence. At that time, then the local act was passed. The local act was passed within the parameters of what we provide, what I just stated around there. That gave us till July 1st, 2026. So we continued on with the process that you've been under since then. And now, as Brian, our attorney, has mentioned as well, last Thursday, there was a bill that was filed that would remove that exemption, as well as nullify or void any UDO, regardless of what was in that UDO, any UDO between June 30th, 2025 and July 1st, 2026. I know that was a lot of information. I'm happy to go into more detail about any of those items that you all wish for me to.
I was just gonna ask if you would read the actual local bill that was passed, giving us that authority. Just to make sure that the wording is out, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and so give me one quick second here. Let me organize my paperwork here. I'm also going to look at Brian to make sure that do you have that copy in your hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the local bill that granted the exemption from General Statute 160D 601 specifically states Mills River Unified Development Ordinance, notwithstanding General Statute 160D-601, as amended by Section 3K.1 in paren A of Session Law 2024-57, the town of Mills River may adopt the Unified Development Ordinance initiated by the town council in October 2024. This section is effective when it becomes law, and any adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance shall occur on or before July 1, 2026.
They voted on all this stuff.
Hang on. We'll give you 3 minutes here in a minute. So anybody got any more questions about that deal right there? I think while we're right here, we need to go ahead and read the one that they put up and and it sounds like it's made it through the Senate, going to the House. So read us that one. Okay.
Says Mills River Development Ordinance, Section 2 in paren A. Section 2.3 of Session Law 2025-32 is repealed. And for clarification, that is just what I read, right? They're repealing that, the legislature is. Any unified development ordinance adopted by the town of Mills River between June 30th, 2025 and July 1st, 2026 shall be null and void without any force or effect. This part is effective when it becomes law.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody got any more questions about that little bit there? Okay, so Chad, something hit me the last day or two. So all these set on 3/4 acre lots, that was our rule, up till today anyway. So if this takes place, this UDO passes, will those be conforming lots? Because everybody becomes conforming. But depending on if it's sitting in a 3 acre or 1.5 acre area, if they want to, how does it work if they want to add on to it? If they was to lose it in a fire, those can only go back the same size they are today. Or is that different?
No, you are correct. The way that the quote, I'll refer to it as the amnesty clause, which is the sort of keep what you got. For those lots that are, or for those homes that are on lots in zoning districts that would have minimum lot sizes larger than what they were allowed to have when they were built.
Right.
Those homes can stay, they can continue to be homes, okay? If a fire happens, or if an owner decides they want to tear down some or all of the home, then it can be put back as it was upon the effective date of the ordinance. Now, if they desire to add on, to make some sort of change, then there are 3 different avenues for them to pursue, okay? Generally speaking, changes to existing development do need to come into compliance with the ordinance. If you are on a lot that is too small for the zoning district where you're located, then your best course of action is to go get a variance from the Board of Adjustment, who will likely grant you that variance because your lot is a lot of record. And that's a commonplace sort of a request that's brought before boards of adjustment. There's another way, which is you can go through a conditional rezoning. You can rezone your property and allow you to have a larger home that on a lot that doesn't meet the minimum standards for the district where you're located. How? You're changing the district where you're located to a conditional district, okay? There's a third way, which is that you can request a non-conforming authorization. Grant consent to the town for you to have a non-conforming piece of development. This is all embedded in 160D 601. Happy to talk about that legislation if you want me to, but this notion that to become non-conforming is not a default or a de facto outcome, but is now converted to a request and a granting, okay? Because we cannot adopt a text amendment that renders somebody non-conforming, okay? So we have to get their consent in order for that to take place. This non-conforming authorization is the third of the three paths: variance, conditional rezoning, non-conforming authorization. That's how a landowner who wanted to add on to an existing home on a piece of property that was on a lot that is smaller than the minimum size for the district where it's located. Those are their paths.
Like anything else? Right. Right, if we got, now this is gonna be a little bit different than public comments, so just bear with me, but I wanna give you a fair chance if you got it. Is anybody, any interested parties that wish to present, like any kind of evidence? Have you ever been a part of a making of a UDO? Have you got any kind of background in that? Maybe not necessarily a property owner, but come here tonight just to speak in behalf of the UDO in general, or state legislator, or anybody. Right? Okay, let's move on. All right, public comment time. Now listen, I'm gonna give you some ground rules, because we got a stack of papers people signed up. I'm sure there's more here. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. What's the state tells me I gotta give you, so I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. Keep in mind, if there's 100 people here, and y'all talk for 3 minutes, we're gonna be here for 5 hours. I'll stay as long as y'all want to stay, but I'm just telling you how it's gonna work. I'm asking, no, if you like it, don't like it, whatever, no booing, no clapping, no applause. We're grown ups, okay? We're gonna listen to what everybody has to say, and we're gonna listen respectfully, okay? Yeah, but you're speaking in behalf of a group of people such as your development, your neighbors. When you come up to the podium, please be ready to give their names. No, I just think that's the only fair way to do this. If you're dishing out a bunch of stuff and you're saying, I'm representing 10, 12, 15, 20, 40 people, as long as I got their name, I can take it as the gospel. If you're coming up here and saying that you don't have them in your back pocket, I'm just talking through that. Anything any other council member might think of we need to do?
Typically, if someone is speaking for people, those other people would not speak because they're
Yeah. And if they don't have your name and you're here and they are representing you, just raise your hand when they say that, okay? Anybody?
And there is a clock here on the front that'll count down from the time that you start. And once it hits 3 minutes, it's gonna make a noise. So
Right. Trying to make it as fair as we can. I got several papers here. I'm gonna turn them upside down and start them up. Go through these. Pull this one out. Go.
Remind
Right.
them they need to state their name and address.
Yeah, when you step up podium, you need to give us your name and address for the record, okay? Oh my goodness. Who lives at 21 Avery Bell Way, Mills River? Keep in mind, we both Mills River. Elementary, rugby, and what? Tony Bell, maybe, Tony Bell. I can't read the name. And also, Lisa, come on up. It's okay.
My name is Diane Plant and I live in a Coney Bell Way, the tiny home village in Mills River. And I've only been here a year, and this is the second time I've spoken at one of these things, and I get very nervous, but I'm just going to quickly say I've been to a lot of these meetings. I've encouraged a lot of the people that we live with to come to these meetings. I've been to all the public meetings, and I think that I'd like to thank the town council and Chad and all the people of Mills River who worked on this, because I will tell you that they've worked really hard. I've read the UDO, believe it or not, I don't understand all of it, but I read it and it's a lot of work. And this group of people here really worked hard to try to find a real good solution to help Mills River stay Mills River. And if we don't adopt this UDO, we are just going to have a bigger mess than what we have now. And I've seen changes just in the past year, and I can't imagine the people who are natives, who've lived here, who have farmland, been here forever, what they must think about some of the craziness that's going on. So I strongly, strongly hope you're going to support this UDO. I feel it's really important, and for all the reasons Chad said, if we don't protect it now, it's a goner. And we can't control what the North Carolina Senate and representatives do. They screw it up, they screw it up. But I really, really would like you to vote yes. Adopt this UDO. Thank you.
I'm gonna start giving on decks too, so we can keep it moving. My next up to the podium will be Philip McElrath. And then up to bat will be Jasmine, Brown or Broom. Okay, you'll be up to bat. Phillips, up first.
I'm Philip McElreath, 116 Ladder Lane. Just a brief statement around some of the minutes that I've watched recently around the development in the townhouses and the Averett buildings out on Ladder Lane or Old Fanning. Want to be cautious about the development that we're allowing. It sounds like we're trying to go in the right direction and keeping everything sane, but pricing people out that are born and raised here. It sounds like very expensive development going on. What I heard from the developer for the townhouses was 2,500 to 3,000 with a 10% HUD representation. That's 8 units out of 88 that might or might not be affordable. The medium income in Mills River, I think, is around $72,000 a year. When you get into $2,500, $3,000 a month for a unit for a family, that gets into $120,000 a year pay range to be able to live. So just wanted to bring some caution there. I know change is going to happen, but that's all I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine, you're up, and then it looks like Charlene.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, I just got a message from the library that they're having difficulty hearing you call the name. If
Okay.
you could just please speak to the mic.
Okay, up to bat will be Charlene, Thibodeau. All right. So Thibodeau will be up next.
Okay, I'm Jasmine Brown, 214 Rock Ridge, and I have also been participating in a lot of the town halls and the open forums, and I wildly support the adoption of the UDO. I know that SB 70 or 1074 is going through the state assembly, and I would encourage everyone who supports the UDO to please reach out to the representatives and let them know that they're taking away our voice and it's state overreach. And if we don't adopt this, then we'll never be protected, as someone else mentioned, and we can refine this. And it's already comprehensive and beautifully written, very carefully written. It's easy to understand. And if you don't like it, there's processes to go through to change your zoning, to make amendments as you see fit. And that should be a local discussion. And we should be empowered to do that. So I really hope that you vote this through under our original deadline of July 1st. And then we all push for the state assembly to please eliminate that section from SB 1074 Part 2. It stands out in that bill because it's about the annexation for the city of Eden and Duke Energy. So it's weird that it's there, and I don't know where it came from. And I also wanted to ask, where did it come from? Do you know what happened? Why did it get escalated up to the state level, and they're taking away our authority and our power at the local level?
He will stay around long enough, you might get there a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Charlene is up. Billy Singley.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Thibodeau, and I live at 15 Woodscape Drive. I'm here tonight alongside several of my neighbors I'm not sure how many made it, just one that I've seen lost in the crowd. I also have a petition signed by 33 people from my neighborhood. The UDO, as written, strips away our fundamental rights to use our property as we see fit. And private property is a core pillar of the American way of life. What makes this situation even worse is that this ordinance was designed without any consideration for neighborhoods like ours. We simply do not fit the plan. While Chapter 5 includes provisions that are supposedly meant to offer relief, those rules are completely insufficient for our reality. Mr. Meadows, you keep emphasizing no nonconformities. Well, there is no way to change our neighborhood to something that does fit. We're already in the smallest one you've got, and it's not enough. I'm going to go over time here. The smallest of our zoning categories allows a size of 69 hundredths of an acre. Many of us are about half that size. Surely you can see that's a problem. For my neighborhood, this UDO is like being forced to buy clothes that are completely the wrong size and being told to just deal with it. We are being given rules on how we can alter those clothes, but the rules were tailored for someone much larger than us. We will never be able to make them fit. This might be done under the guise of the greater good, but no one considered what is good for me or my neighbors. We also see many neighborhoods that have been around for a long time in the same situation. We are part of Mills River too. The options that you give, what we can do, none of them sound very good to me. Just saying. Why can't we have one that fits us to start with?
Julie, you're up, and then, Joe Britton's after her.
Hey, I'm Julie Schlegel, 116 Rockbridge. I'm a longtime resident of Mills River. This is the only town my teenagers have ever known. And I really value the sense of community, being able to be involved in school and church activities, the way we all came together after Helene, seeing your neighbors at Ingalls. This is just a really special place. And I really want us to think about that as we decide how to best protect it. The world is changing quick, and I think it's changing quicker than most of us can keep up with. When we think about some of the new types of land uses that didn't exist 20 years ago when the original ordinance was made, things like data centers. I don't think any of us would really want a data center in our town. And my understanding is anywhere in that orange, a data center could land unless we protect Mills River. I don't want to tell somebody what they can do with their property. And I do think existing places are grandfathered in and protected from that. But I also don't want a data center or some other undesirable type of development to show up in our town. Think about Hendersonville Road with haphazard, CBD dispensaries and, all the stuff that we may not want here. So I think we couldn't have imagined this 20 years ago. We have less protection. My understanding is Mills River has less protection than anywhere else in Henderson County because we're new. We're a baby town that hasn't had time to develop some of the zoning that would be needed to protect us from some of this. So I kind of feel like we're a sitting duck a little bit unless we take action to protect our town. So I'm absolutely for having a UDO. I really want to see us do something to protect against what could happen. And I think we can all agree that things are changing quickly in this world. We all see what's going on with Duke Energy. And I just don't want to see that happen here. Thank you.
Joe Britton's up next. Andrew Goldstein was on. I've got to mark through his name. I'm just giving him the opportunity in case somebody else wants to have marked his name out.
Good evening. My name's Joe Britton. I live at 100 Old Turnpike Road, and I'm a 6th generation Mills River Inn. I guess is the right word. First, I want to thank council and staff for all the work they've put into this UDO. We have needed something like this since the town was formed. Is it perfect? No. Is everybody going to like it? No. But we need some protections for our town. I really encourage the council to pass this because I want my local neighbors to help me decide how we're going to develop Mills River, how we're going to live in Mills River. I don't want Raleigh telling us what to do. So I appreciate y'all all the work. I hope you'll consider this and figure out how we can get our power back from Raleigh. Thank you.
One more call for Andrew Goldstein. All right, moving right along, I got, Sandra and Frank Bates. You're up. You'll come on in. I'll give us another one. Melody Hollinger. Said that right? You're on deck.
Hello, my name is Sandra Bates. My husband and I live at 122 Big Rock Road, and just here to support the work that's being done for the UDO and hoping that it passes. I'm very concerned about the language that was inserted into the legislation that that forfeited what was granted to us. And I really would like to know why, what motivated that. So I think what I have to say, everyone else has said much more eloquently. So thank you very much for all the work. And I've attended meetings and have been very impressed with the work that everybody's doing.
Thank you. Melody, you're up. Chance Carlin, you're next.
Hello, my name is Melody Hollinger. I live at 10 Happy Valley Drive. I'm new to these meetings. This is my first time speaking here, but I really do appreciate the level of effort and time and energy that has gone into this. I appreciate you guys coming to the Mills River Festival and the farmers markets and answering questions. I feel like there's been a very high degree of transparency. Having jumped into this since last week when that language is inserted, I feel like there is just so much information available online of all the different variations and why you've made the choices you have. And I would just like to reiterate that, ladies, like, why did that language get inserted? Why did they not take the ample opportunities prior to have a conversation? And it feels like our agency is being taken away from us in adopting this ordinance. So I am pro UDO. Thank you guys for all the work that you put into this. And I am disturbed by the situation that happened with that language being inserted into SB 1074. Thank you for your time.
Chance, you're at the podium, and then Vera, Colette, you're gonna get up and speak too. Mark. Okay, all right, so we'll do that. Okay.
My name's Chance Carlin. I'm the sixth generation here. Basically my main issue is not being able to do with our land what we want. Our land, the land I'm concerned mostly about is literally right beside the town center. Our right of way is in the town center, but we're cut out of it. And basically that's my biggest issue, is not being able to do stuff. We've got contracts for land to sell, and now if this goes through, it won't never work. So anyways, thank you.
Mark Morris, if you come on up, and I understand the let you're giving him your 3 minutes as well, right? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Mark Morris. I'm a local real estate commercial broker. I do have quite a few properties in Mills River under contract or listed for sale. I will start. I do have 3 minutes. I signed up, so I'm assuming I have 3 minutes plus Delette has offered to allow me to have. So if I go slightly over 3 minutes,
You're fine.
I'm good. Okay. Well, it starts with this map, this UDO map. And the thing I wanted to point out is look at all the amount of green. This is preservation land.
For the record, to stay in the mic.
Okay.
Yeah. They probably like to hear it too.
Very good. Very good. I'm here basically to just state some observations. I'm not vested. I don't own property in Mills River, but I do own property in Henderson County. Here's the Asheville Regional Airport. Asheville Regional Airport is a foreign trade zone, a free trade zone, a federally approved free trade zone. They are expanding with a new control tower. This airport represents the growth for all of Western North Carolina. You pass this zoning, you pass these rural preservation areas that border and surround the airport. There is no growth migration. You control the growth for all of Western North Carolina. So you're not necessarily just hurting or controlling the growth in Mills River. You're controlling the growth for all of Western North Carolina. This is a free trade zone. So that's the first comment I'll make. You do have some pockets of industrial zoning. Industrial is great. It creates basic jobs that if they're positive, it brings in exports, or it creates exports that far exceed the imports. So that's a positive. It also allows you dollars to operate your budget, to grow your infrastructure. So that's positive. But again, I'm here to address observations. One, if you do pass certain zoning, I'm not saying all the zoning, but if you pass certain zoning classifications, you are hurting future generations. You're hurting the future generational wealth of the farmers that have owned property for generations here and farm their land. And when they pass, there is no step up basis. There is a step down basis because of your down zoning, which is essentially what most of these zoning classifications will do. They will downzone much of this property. Zoning classifications, and I'm still reviewing these, in my opinion, some are arbitrary. Okay. There's no transitional zoning from one class to the other. You can have a town center zoning that would allow a special use as a hotel, and literally 15 feet away, you have rural preservation. If you pass this zoning ordinance, you are limiting the ability of the town and the utility companies to extend the utility infrastructure to accommodate growth. Town schedule of values, taxes. Okay, what are you going to do if you zone 80% of the land as rural preservation? You limit the growth. How is that reflected in your schedule of values for your taxes, in your budgets? I don't know that that's been addressed. I don't know that that's been even considered. Maybe it has been. It's not been a part of this public discussion. Legacy properties, folks that have owned property for years and years and generations, like I said, that's fine. When you pass away, your family does not get a step up. They get a step down if you pass some of these designations of zoning. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Waycaster, you're up to the podium, and next will be Wilder Wedford.
He left.
Okay. If he don't show up, we'll go. If he don't show up, it's D.D. Willingham behind him, behind Aubrey.
Okay, I'm Audrey Waycaster. I have Waycaster Tire Service at the intersection of 191 and 280 in Mills River. I'm grandfathered in, so a lot of your rules do not affect me. But I listen to comments from customers, pro and con, on this issue all the time down at the shop. And one of the ones that struck me really hard is what happens to that farmer that has farmed that land for 50 years, 7 days a week. You know how some of these guys have worked. He's getting older. He's got kids he maybe needs to send to college, something like that. And all of a sudden, his property, he's worried that it's going to be restricted where he can't sell it for the maximum value, which would be commercial property, because of some of the rules and regulations that people that came in here from other areas that built big houses in the cornfields, which that's not rural either, decide they don't want to look at anything commercial. What happens to that guy when he needs to sell some land and get the most value out of it to take care of himself during his retirement or nursing home needs, or send his kids to school? What happens to that property with the rules that you have? I have not read the 900 pages or whatever. So what happens to that guy? These are the comments that I'm hearing in my business from people in this neighborhood. Anybody have an answer?
I'm just gonna wait and you can hear my discussion later about it. I mean, if you'll stay with.
Typically, public comment.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
Certainly deserve an answer.
yeah, you'll probably get to hear it here shortly. Right, if Mr. Wedford is gone, Dee Dee Willingham, you're up. Mike Cole be up next.
Dee Dee Dillingham, 19 Tiger Lily Lane, a Coney Bell Tiny House Village. My neighbor spoke first. We've been going to all these meetings for several months. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said, except that I fully, more than fully support a UDO to protect us. I also want to mention that we should know who we're voting for in the North Carolina State Legislature, which is the General Assembly. Look what they're trying to do to us. They're taking away our right to govern our own zoning ordinances in our own town. And I don't know how that rider got in there. It'd be very interesting to see who is behind that. I don't know if we can use the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, to find out
Won't have to.
who did that. We don't have to. Okay. So I also want to really thank everybody, the entire staff, all the council. You have no idea how much work, and Chad, how much work went into this, pages and pages, high details. It's just amazing how much thought was put into this. I just wish people would know that this is to protect us.
Got, Deanna Dixon up next.
Mike Cole, East Chassis Court, Mills River. I was, and am still, on the planning board, so had a small part of crafting this UDO. And for those of you who are unhappy with it, I had a very small part of it. So that was Chad's idea. To do a little perspective here, and I don't want to use up all my time, but at the south end of town, there's a sign. It's a weathered sign. It's been there a long time. I don't even know how long. It says Mills River Community, right? So I looked up the definition of community, couldn't find a great definition. I'd opened my Bible to Philippians 2. It says, do nothing out of self-ambition, not looking for your own interest, but each of you to the interest of others. And that's what a community is, in my opinion. That's the definition of it. So just to give you some perspective on all the work we've done, Chad gave a 15-minute presentation. Imagine every other week, 4 hours of working with Chad. So we did a lot of work, enjoyed every moment of it because we all care about the community. I don't want the government to tell me what to do with my land. The government in this community is your neighbor, okay? It's not some esoteric entity out there and so forth. So 2 concerns I've always heard are we want to maintain the rural character, right? And the other was don't want the government to tell me what to do. That is broken down into 2 parts. I want to be able to sell for profit, 680 pages. I don't remember how long it is, but it seems like it was 5,000 pages when we went through it. But there's no prohibition on selling your land for profit. And there are many ways that you can use your land as you see fit. And there are many ways to do that. We didn't eliminate anything. We just created some structure around it. We're very aware of all of these concerns, and we tried to balance this out absolutely as much as we possibly could. And I think somebody said this earlier, if there's something that doesn't work in the UDO, we have the flexibility to do it. That detailed map, those 600 and whatever pages of UDO we have, that detail is there for the flexibility that it provides. And so we can change things, but we want to, as somebody said earlier, keep it in our control. 2 concerns about the UDO I heard, created by someone at the other end of the state. Chad did not create it. We created it. Chad guided us on this. We line by line by line by line, we went through and said, this doesn't fit Mills River, or this does fit Mills River. Keeping in mind, we want everybody to be able to do what they want with their land, sell it for profit while trying to maintain the rural character. Very tough, but I think we accomplished that. And lastly, I have 2 requests tonight in 18 seconds, so I'll be quick. I want Raleigh to stay out of our town affairs absolutely as much as possible. In this 250th anniversary of our country, it is the definition of tyranny, quite honestly. And I would love to see the council vote unanimously in favor of the UDO to demonstrate to everyone outside of the town of Mills River and inside
that our absolute determination to control our own destiny. I apologize.
Anna Dixon. Up next is Katrina Killen. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Dixon and I live at 41 Canal Drive. I probably have one of the oldest deeds in this room. My mom was born in the house out from me, inherited some of that land. I keep hearing the word rule, and I think we've almost waited too late. I want Mills River to stay the same. I appreciate what you guys done. Worked for the school system for over 30 years, been involved. If those that don't know me, I drew the district lines for when the city and the county schools merged. I was the first leg on Enhanced 911. So I understand how all this works and all this meetings and everything. We got to get back to where we are. In my area, you say I'm rural and you've got me in a low density zoning. I have 10 businesses around me. Just had a coffee bar put in at the end of my road. I have storage buildings. I have everything imaginable, and you got me boxed in an area that you have, I feel like, devalued my property. I don't plan on selling it. I want to keep it. It was my home. I hope that the two gentlemen back here, I did not get any paperwork till 2 weeks ago. I came in on a Monday and they were more than helpful. I came, they sat down and talked to me, made me feel very comfortable, and I appreciate that. They told me my son runs a business off of that land. I became very scared because I thought, this is his livelihood. You know, are you going to take that away from us? If you do what you say you're going to do, and they have told me that I can apply to have my rezoning changed, I'm okay with that. Just don't take away what I have worked 2 jobs for 20 years. Just help us out here. If you do what you say that you're going to do, I'm okay with that. I just hope that you will follow through with that. That's why I'm here. I like what Ms. Waycaster said. That is so true about our farmers. We're a farming community. We've been for years. Take care of us. Don't leave us behind. The ones that's been here forever. Miss Carlin, my heart breaks. So stay with us. All of you guys, the Moores, that you've been here forever. Take care of us, okay?
Hey, Trina's up, and then Will Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Katrina Killian. I live on Glenbridge Road. Quickly. So we're not going to have like the apartment buildings that we're seeing every place else, correct? With this proposed? Okay. Thank God. All right. No. I'm looking at you making a move. So I mean, we all see these huge apartment complexes everywhere. So I hope that Mills River does not have any of that. Also, this would keep the new proposed one, the data centers, like we're all concerned about, from coming to this area, correct? And last, this has nothing to do with the thing, but there's still Helene debris in the French Broad River on the Henderson County side, and please get that done, taken care of. That's it.
Schmidt, you're up. Oh, Schmidt is up over there.
And I do apologize for interacting there. Sometimes it gets beyond us. We're all pretty, emotional about our town.
It's Will Schmidt, and I'm in Gold Mine Road here in Mills River, just down the street. I'm a small farmer. I've been here 15 years. My basic thing is I'm against this UDO going through, and the reason being, and I think it's too much bureaucracy. I think it's the nuclear option to solving a smaller problem. I don't think I think our plan as exists now needs renovation, upkeep. But I see this as just creating a huge amount of extra work. And how many more people are you going to have to employ to carry out this UDO plan. It's just not an ending thing. It's not, here it is and it's done and it's glorious. There are going to people have to be hired to implement this at a cost in new offices, and we're entering in an age of inflation, and I predict a recession. That doesn't bode well for our economy. So I'm against it for basically cost reasons. And I have no doubt that it was put together with good intentions. But they say the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And we have to be careful of that, careful of what we're getting into. So, yeah, I'm against it. I know my value of my property will go down if I have to sell it, being a small farm. And what is it going to go to? Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Schmitz is up, and then we got Carl Morris.
Thank you for having this. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'll be quick. I know it's not a Q&A session. So my one concern is just the rate of development that we've seen since I've been here for 6 years. And if that continues, I see there's going to be a lot of problems. What's not clear to me is, does the current UDO accelerate that development or slow it down and make sure it's more measured? So what I was going to ask, I'll make it as a statement. I would hope that there's been a side-by-side analysis done from the current state to see how many residential units the town could support with the current ordinance and how many it could support after the UDO is passed, to make sure that it's at least comparable and not a significant step up from where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl, you're up. Mark Lett next.
I'm Carl Morris. I live at 9508 Boylston Highway. I'm against this as it's proposed, mainly because I'm a third generation landowner here. I have 29 acres, and what I make off of it farming does not pay the town taxes, much less the county taxes. I'm double taxed on my property for living in the town of Mills River. And when I go to pass my land down to my kids, like several other people have said, it's going to be a step down for them. They're not going to be able to develop it as they please with the current UDO as it's written. And also, I feel like the larger landowners are bearing the biggest burden, especially the acreages that are cut down to 3 acres per house site. The large landowners are carrying the main burden of this, keeping it rural. That's all I got to say.
Mark, you're up next, and then Henry Powell, maybe Henny Powell.
I signed in. I'm not. I'm Henry Coleman.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say that I'm here from a very different perspective than everybody's been talking about. I've lived here 6 years. My wife and I and daughter live on 736 South Mills River Road. And I've been a photographer my whole life, 45 years as a professional photographer. And I was trained by some of the best people on the planet. I've been photographing Mills River for 6 years now. It has changed, and it's changed for the worst. And I can say that because I grew up in Silicon Valley. It was mountain to mountain orchards. And I watched it turn into cement from one end to the other. There's no orchards left. One of the towns keeps a half an acre orchard to show kids what orchards used to look like. And it's a beautiful town. It's just amazingly beautiful. And my concern is to keep it that way. I don't know if you're for this, against it. I really don't understand exactly everything that goes into this ordinance. And but I'm just saying, from the perspective of a photographer that thinks that this is one of the most beautiful places I've ever lived, I would just like to see it kept that way, however in the world you guys are going to do it. And I also appreciate the fact that you've done all this work, because when I first moved here, I did photography for the town just to have something to do, because I closed my studio in San Francisco. And I was every day I would drive around, and it's just breathtakingly beautiful, whether it's the farms, the people, well, I don't have to tell you, I mean, it's just beautiful here. And that's it. My perspective is I would like to keep it as clean as possible, as beautiful as it is. I experienced in my 70 years of growing up in Silicon Valley, that place turned to hell in no time at all. And there's a lot of wonderful billionaires that came out of it, but the rest of the people have to suffer through thousands of apartments and thousands of condos. We would not believe how many there are, and from all directions. When you drive around, and I knew all the farms, I knew them, I knew the orchards. We used to ride our bicycles through them, and they're high rises, and there's just thousands of apartments. I see that happening here. I see that happening here. In 6 years, the amount of change that's happened when you turn around a corner and you used to see trees everywhere, and now you see parking lots in the apartment complexes. It's just ugly. And I hope to God it stops. And I don't know how you're going to do it, but God bless you all for trying. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You got behind on my job. Not sure about this one either. John, Sikor, and some more. 108 Angeline Drive, Mills River. We got that person here. Yeah. You going out?
It's Sakura. Sakura.
Sikorsky. Maybe Sikorsky. John Sikorsky. They're gonna check the lights. See, let's get ready. After that, we got Sandra McCaslin. Be up next.
Did you want to speak?
You don't want to speak. Donna O'Grady.
Donna O'Grady, 193 Hallibrook Parkway. I'm a first generation. I've been here 11 years. I would like to compliment you on your plan. I haven't read the whole thing, but I've gone through the outlines. I am a former township supervisor in Michigan. I've been involved in planning and zoning, not UDAs, but in planning and zoning. And your plan seems to have a lot of flexibility built into it. And I appreciate the fact that you basically started with nothing. The red area up here, there wouldn't be anything stopping folks from putting in a slaughterhouse or a junkyard or any of that stuff. You're very vulnerable the way you are. And I think you've built in the proper flexibility in the plan to allow for some of the concerns that I've heard expressed here tonight. There was a community in, not my community, but in Michigan that had a lot of farmland that was also being developed very rapidly, much like we are now. And I don't know how they did it. I wasn't living there at the time, but somehow the township ran a ballot proposal actually to buy up the development rights from farmers so that farmers could get the money that they felt they needed to have, or the potential that their property had. And they still preserved the farm for the community. Now, I'm sure Traverse City can give you that information. It might be something you want to pursue, or at least consider. Maybe you have already. I don't know. But the township that I was a supervisor in did have zoning, and the one next to me did not. And there was a significant difference in the values of the people's homes in those two communities. I would encourage you to adopt it as is, but certainly I think you still got some work to do. Thank you.
John Vanny. Vanny.
Yeah, I'm John Van Ice. I live at 231 Ladson Spring Trail. We're newbies out here. We've owned property since 2000 on South Mills and over here on Ladson Spring. First, just wanted to say thank you for everybody, this group, you all that have done the work, and everybody in the room. This is what we're supposed to be doing, is elbow to elbow with our neighbors, working through things. I'm opposed to government. I think government works best at the local level, and it gets worse as you go on up. So I applaud everybody in this room and you all for doing what you're doing. We moved out here because we wanted it to be rural. when I look at this map, it's rural. It's far from perfect. There's a lot of problems, and my heart weeps when I hear stories that people have. But I think a lot of this stuff we can work through it. We got to have trust in one another, and we got to trust you guys that when we got a problem and things don't fit, that you're going to listen to us and you're going to be flexible with it. And I think we can do that. I think we can all work together locally. So I know there's been a tremendous amount of time with it. I just want to say I appreciate the community for all their involvement with it and concern and so forth. What Jeff said at the start, we all want the same thing. And it's an imperfect plan, but it's better than what we got. So thank you.
Thank you. Will Tribideau. Lisa Morano, you're up next.
My name is Will Thibodeau and I live in Woodscape. Good evening, members of the council and fellow neighbors. I am here tonight to urge the council not to pass the proposed Unified Development Ordinance. Adopting this UDO as written will fundamentally strip away the rights of every property owner in Mills River. The core issue here is one of philosophy and scale. The proposed UDO feels incredibly heavy-handed, imposing a massive one-size-fits-all framework on a community that doesn't want or need it. Many of us moved to Mills River specifically for its rural character, open spaces, and independence. We chose this community because we are explicitly wanted to leave behind the dense, restrictive overregulation found in places like Asheville. Rural living means having fewer rules, but this UDO introduces an overwhelming amount of red tape. It attempts to micromanage everything from building specifications and historic preservation to minor business regulations, nuances, and tree preservation. Mills River is simply too small of a community to bear the weight of these regulations. Furthermore, as nearby towns have already discovered, the hidden cost of writing, updating, and aggressively enforcing a code this massive will become an expensive burden on our taxpayers. I understand that our zoning officials face legal hurdles and inefficiencies within our current zoning ordinance. However, the correct answer is not to scrap everything and bury us under a mountain of new restrictions. The solution is to make targeted corrections, adjust our existing ordinances, and eliminate those specific inefficiencies. Creating a massive web of new rules will only attract developers who know how to manipulate complex systems, while punishing the everyday residents who just want to enjoy their land. Let's keep the small town feel that makes Mills River special. Please vote no on the UDO tonight, and let's work together to find a better, simpler way to achieve the town's goals. The only other thing I'd like to say is if the UDO is passed, how would somebody come in and put in a data center? They would go to the Board of Adjustments, they come to the town council, and if you guys are gone and somebody else is here, they can do that. So please include that in your discussion if you would.
Lisa, you're up next. Got Willow Walker next.
Hi, I am Lisa Marino. I live at 164 Holly Haven Court. As you, many people here may know, I'm also the chair of the Mills River Planning Board and have been a part of the UDO process and discussions. And I wanted to keep my comments here tonight on just very simple. I think just to address the one concern that I've heard is that we don't need the UDO because we can just maybe fix what we have in terms of the ordinances that are currently in place and kind of adjust them on a smaller scale. And I just would like to make sure that it doesn't get lost that, and notwithstanding what might have happened at the state Raleigh level, this is our only shot to do this. We only have until the end of this month to make adjustments, not just to our zoning map and our zoning laws, but all the ordinances that pertain to the size and density of buildings that are going to come into this, come here. So I think because the UDO has the flexibility of being changed after implementation, assuming it can be implemented, that will give us this kind of flexibility to address any concerns about where it might overreach or where it doesn't work. I think we've all acknowledged that it's not a perfect document and it may and need to be changed in the future, but we need something to start as a holding place to give us a set of parameters that can help us all reach the goal that everyone here wants, which is to keep Mills River rural and also provide that balance of allowing the residents and owners to do what they want with their property. So I will wrap it up with that and just say that I support the UDO and I would really like to see the town council pass it tonight. Thank you.
Willow. And next is Michelle Niedermeyer, I think.
Hello, my name is Willow Walker and I live at 530 Ray Hill Road. I want to thank you for all the opportunities to learn about the UDO over the past few months and for the opportunity to share public comment tonight. We do have something really special here, which becomes obvious if you drive 15 to 30 minutes anywhere in any direction. While other communities are being overrun with large apartment complexes, our community is still open, spacious, and peaceful. The Mills River logo shows an open field and farm buildings. I believe the only way to protect that is in the special rural character of Mills River and the agricultural lands that are here is through this UDO. Without the UDO and smart zoning in place, development could occur willy-nilly here. Large apartment complexes like the ones on Highway 191 in Buncombe County, or large shopping centers, or more storage units located close to neighborhoods, coffee shops randomly in neighborhoods, or commercial development that is loud or unsightly. I would like to avoid having all of those located in this community or right beside our home. We also want to avoid the increase in traffic and traffic congestion that accompanies all new development, whether it's residential or commercial, especially when their placement in a community isn't intentional and well thought out, which I think the UDO has done. One of our neighbors is a cattle farmer who is dependent on harvesting hay from the fields in our community on a regular basis to feed his cows. We've all seen the tractors hauling the hay and harvesting in the last month. If those hay fields are developed and are not saved for farming use, the cost to bring in hay from another location may be his undoing as a farmer. We want to protect the property value in our home. And I think the only way to do that is to know in advance what kind of neighbor can go next door, both now and in the future. Smart zoning and a UDO will provide that framework and information for everyone. For all these reasons and more, I support the UDO, and I ask the town council members to please adopt the UDO before the deadline of June 30th. And I also appreciate the thought that went into having the ability to protect the current zoning that we have if the state bill goes through and takes away the right and the option to implement the UDO. Thank you very much.
Michelle?
Hi, my name's Michelle Newmeyer. My husband and I live on Toll Ellison Road, and I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much for all the time that everyone has spent working over the last 20 months putting this together. My husband and I are strongly for the adoption of the UDO, and it would be a shame if we spent 20 months working on this and this new language actually was passed. So thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes everybody on the list. So who do I have that wants to get up and speak for up to 3 minutes?
That's that.
Come on up. You give us your name and address.
Yes, sir.
And how are you able to catch up? Write it down. Okay.
Yeah, it's John Watson. I live at 530 Turnpike Road. And look, I just want to reiterate something about the difference between some zoning and no zoning. There's no question that what will happen is that it will become a mess. And so I appreciate, look, I've been here 14 years, but I came from Texas. We're independent. We're about land rights. But let me tell you, there's a limit to land rights to your neighbor, right? Because if you do something that has a damage to your neighbor, well, that's not right. And I think there's a great balance in this. And here's the other thing about being able to maximize the dollars on your land to sell it. When this community becomes a mess, everybody's values go down. That's a fact. That will absolutely happen. And when people know that whether it's coming in here to build some industry, retail, a subdivision, that they know that this is going to be a nice community, everybody's values go up. Sure. You might be limited to one transaction on this? That's clearly possible. But here's what this is about. We talk about keeping Mills River rural. I love that, all that. It's to me much simpler than that. It's about maintaining the quality of life for the people that want to live here the rest of their lives. That's what it's about. That's the difference. And that's why I support this framework to build on for the future. Thank you.
Hey, anyone else want to speak? Anyone else? Do we have Nicole over in the library?
Yeah, they're able to hear you. I would just ask for a couple of seconds.
Okay. We'll give just a few seconds. If not, we'll move forward. Okay, I got one back here. Come on up.
They're good? Oh, okay.
They said they're good back here.
Okay.
I'm Jan Sorrells. Live on 298 Cardinal Road, and I've lived here about 50 years. The rural area is what I grew up in, and I love it. And I want my children to grow up in that situation. The other thing, I was a teacher at Mills River School. We cannot afford to have any more students come into our schools. They're already overloaded. When I was there, the load was about 500, I know, for Mills River, but it has grown to over 700. We just, our teachers can't take that. And I just want to push that we can't overgrow our area like that. We need new schools and everything, but I'd rather keep it small and have this rural area. And I've known some of these here as my students, but that tells you how old I am. But please, we need to keep it rural like we've got it right now. I have seen the last 5 years, the traffic. I am right in the center of Mills River, this on the map here, and the traffic is awful. The Jeffress Road, since they built the apartments, the Jeffress Road is using our little neighborhood, which is Cardinal Road. There's about, I don't know, 8 houses. Windover Woods is the name of it. It's a shortcut for everybody. And we've got 9 kids on that road right next to it. So let's keep it rural. And that's what I've got to say.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Going once, going twice, 3 times? Anyone else? All right. No. If you got a question, you need to ask, go up there and ask it now. Yeah. Don't get you coming backwards on that deal.
This will be very short. I'm Phoebe Reed and I live on Glade Road, right off of Schoolhouse. So if this legislation were passed, and we were not allowed to do any zoning, I guess I'm wondering and encouraging everyone to, in fact, contact their legislators about this, because what all the cost and time and effort that's already been into it. But I think largely the cost factor, there must be a lot of money involved already. And then we'll be left with nothing. It sounded like, I think I heard Chad say there won't be any, or maybe it's Matthew. Anyway, there won't be any options. We'll just not be allowed to change at all. So I guess I just wanted to hope that you address that in the discussion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? You've got spoke.
I do. I just have a question though.
Okay, question.
So my question is, if the UDO is passed tonight, and if the state doesn't shoot it down later on, what happens when somebody comes in and wants to change their zoning under the new UDO? And so then that question is, where everybody here seems to talk as though there's not going to be any more apartments. There's not going to be any data centers or nothing like that. But we all know that zoning, people come in and they get zoning changed from time to time. So if you guys are all gone and there's another regime in here, then what happens when somebody comes in and wants to put a data center in? This UDO, is it going to protect the community from that data center, or is it not?
All right, anyone else? Come on.
Jimmy Cowan, I live off Presbyterian Church Road. I said I wasn't going to say anything, but here I am. I do think the UDO as it is proposed is an overreach. There's no doubt we need a little bit more restriction on development in Mills River, but the devil's in the details. And when you look at the 593 pages or so proposed for Mills River, that's getting real close to some of these other towns like Durham and Charlotte, towns real similar to we are, right? It's a lot of pages. And when it takes somebody like Chad to explain it to us what they mean, are we going to be able to keep up with it as a town? Is staff going to be able to keep up with it? I think 10 years from now, it's going to double our taxes. It's going to double our staff. We're going to have more office space. It means big government. And right now, we've heard a lot of talk tonight about apartment complexes. We got to remember right now, we're one house, one single family dwelling per 3/4 of an acre. That's what our zoning is as it is today. That's why we don't have a ton of apartment complexes in Mills River. If this UDO passes, it's not all down zoning. There's some up zoning in there. There's going to be, they don't call them apartments. We call them townhomes. Wouldn't those be available? You don't have to answer, but I think they would be. So it's not all down zoning. Some of it's up zoning. That devil is in the details, and in 593 or 4 pages, there's a lot of details. If you change one of these small businesses, if they change their square footage, they got to back up and abide by the landscape ordinance. They got to use that list of trees and put in their $80,000 worth of landscaping and their sidewalks to meet the ordinance. It's a big deal. Thank
you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Don't see nobody, don't hear nobody. We're gonna move forward. All right, time for council discussion and additional questions between us and staff. before we do that, I'd love to clear the air. So, you know me, straight shooter. I called Moffitt, but I called Moffitt a bunch. I talked to Moffitt pretty regular. You probably don't believe it, but I got Chuck Edwards' phone number in my phone. I got Senator Bud's office number in my phone. And I know some of you are for not having term limits, but as you stay in here and keep networking, it'll surprise you who you end up knowing. Might not be buddies with, but you'll know them. Just like when the lean come, we was one of the first places to get up and running. It wasn't because of me. It was kind of because we was on the Oasis. But soon after that, we started making some phone calls and started getting not only us help, but a lot of other municipalities around us help. So, I take that as a privilege as being the mayor and having those contacts and all. I sat right in front of that man, Mr. Moffitt, with Matt on one side and Mr. Kimball on the other. They heard every word I said. I sat there and I told him, I said, look, we're looking, this is what we've been trying to do. We're trying to rezone Schoolhouse Road to Transylvania County, 1.5 acre lot sizes. We tabled it. We don't know where to go from here. If it's no down zoning, but we'd like the option to finish our UDO because we've already give Chuck some money. Chad some money. Sorry. At that point, I don't remember how much money we had given, but I think I know that particular day with the help of Matt. We wanted to finish it up. I told him that it was that, and we was going to codify our ordinances and get it all in straight in line where we could understand them, where people wouldn't be struggling with it. I remember somebody saying you'll be able to hover over specialty words and there'll be a box pop up and the definition will be there. I don't even know if we got that now or not, but that's how I explained it to Mr. Moffitt. So yes, don't blame any other council member up here for making that phone call. I made that phone call out of respect for him because I sat there and I asked him for this right to do so. And he had been telling me, they know, they went down there a few weeks back and he told them then that they was looking at repealing it. It's not new to the table the last few weeks. It's been on the table for longer than that. But I just said, hey, it's out there. It's done. If you get a chance, have somebody look through it. I've been looking through it for months and I ain't got through it all. So you're going to have some help if you got any doubt in what's in there. And then just a day or two later, I hear through Matt that he had repealed it or had a bill to do so. And it sounds like the Senate has passed it today and it'll move on to the House. So don't blame any other council member. You blame your mayor. I've always been a straight shooter and I want the people to know before anybody got out of here. Just being honest. However this passes or doesn't pass tonight is going to be on the burden of the five of us. I told my people at work today, this carries more weight to me. Right? Everybody on this council needs to listen than my marriage. Because I am not looking out after me and one more. I am looking after probably 77 to 7,800 livelihoods in this town. That's what I'm trying to look after. I know there's going to be some aggravated either way when we leave here. But we still have to remain a community, whichever the outcome is. Okay? Now, let's get on with these questions. Who's got?
Well, the question was brought up about apartments and that is pretty much like multifamily uses. And if I remember you saying any kind of multifamily use would have to be through a conditional zoning. And that conditional zoning is not a check the boxes and cross the T's and dot the I's. That is a political decision. That is a decision that comes through the planning board to determine if it meets the standards of the zone that it's in, if it meets the laws that we have. The planning board gives us their recommendation, and then we take that as a council and determine if that fits in the community. And that's a political decision. We can say, I don't like apartments, I'm not voting for it, because that's political. You can say, I want apartments, Jeff won't vote for him come November, I'm not voting for Jeff. And I'll hug your neck the day after the election and thank you for that. But that's really the idea of putting those multifamily uses. Wait a minute, I'm not asking a question, am I? I'm talking instead of asking a question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is absolutely correct. The conditional zoning process is just that. It is conditional in nature. Applicant has to come before planning board and this body and convince you about why the town should approve their application. One of the most important things about the conditional zoning process, there's two basic aspects. One, your legislative discretion, okay? You have the authority to thumbs up or thumbs down a development application based on your feelings about it. You need to take into account your comprehensive plan, your UDO, or your development regulations. But you also have a great deal of latitude in your decision making. The other thing that's very important about a conditional zoning process is the word conditional. That means that you can condition an applicant if there are particular issues with a development that concern you, its height, its appearance, its location. You can ask the applicant to consider changes, things that are not in the UDO, but that you think are important. And if you make those requests and the applicant agrees, then those things become part of the approval. If you make those requests and the applicant doesn't agree, you are free to vote your conscience, which is perhaps you approve it anyway, perhaps you don't. But again, it is within your legislative discretion. You're not bound to findings of fact and conclusions of law. You have the ability to exercise judgment. And that is why we're suggesting the conditional zoning process be followed. I want to say one other thing. There was a lot of talk about data centers. You will note in chapter 4, there is a section called prohibited uses, uses that are prohibited throughout Mills River. Data centers are on that list. Okay, so nobody's going to come in with a rezoning to allow a data center. If you want to do that, they'll need to come in and amend the UDO through the text amendment process. So I want to be very clear about that part of it.
Thank you.
I had written down data centers as something I wanted to ask on. I know that we had that put in UDO, and I had been asking about data centers for quite a while. And I believe they said that our noise ordinance, should the state pull this, the noise ordinance is still in effect, would prevent a data center. Is that still correct?
Well, the noise ordinances that you guys have, and I'll look over to staff in case I miss it. The noise ordinances that you have might control what kind of air conditioning equipment or water filtration equipment are ultimately utilized by a data center. But right now, your current development regulations don't prohibit them. So they would have to follow your noise ordinance. Does that mean that you won't get any data centers? I don't know. It's possible that somebody could come up with a data center that doesn't make noise to the level that is set in your standards. Some data center operators install acoustical sound walls as part of their proposals in pursuit of coming under decibel limitations. So that does happen from time to time.
I was wanting to check and see if we were covered.
Yeah, that's correct. So, I mean, again, the mixed use zoning would allow a data center by right, but the noise ordinance would only control the noise emitted from it. So the use would be allowed. It's just the noise ordinance only would control excessive noise from it.
A lot of the issues that we've had is under the current zoning is mixed use. Is the word by right. Is that correct?
the mixed use district, the area in red on the second map on the wall over there, the mixed use district allows an extremely wide range of uses. Also, there are very few dimensional standards applied to lots within that zoning district. And so, one of the big aspects of the project was to seek to better control the range of uses and the size of lots over 75% of the community of Mills River, because your current regulations do not do that well. There's one other thing that I'll mention. New development often requires water and sewer. I am not convinced, particularly in South Mills River, that you will have the available water and sewer necessary to accommodate development that's zoned mixed use now. Now, that presents you with an interesting problem, because you've zoned the land. You've imparted the development potential on the land. If an applicant wants to develop their land but can't get the service, who's on the hook there? I don't know the answer to that question, but it's something to keep in mind. I don't think it's realistic to believe that the sewer service that you have that's anticipated for Mills River and the water service that you have that's been anticipated for Mills River is going to be sufficient to accommodate development of that red blotch at its full potential. And there will be some hurt feelings and some unrealized financial expectations from that fact. And the UDO doesn't have anything to do with that. And it's very likely.
Well, why are we talking about it? It don't have anything to do with it.
Because the purpose for the UDO was to bring the range of allowable uses and lots into closer alignment with what your comprehensive plan says, which relies heavily on what the utility configurations contemplated for Mills River when making Mills River was drafted.
Yeah, but we as the town of Mills River control
Don't
either one of those.
control that.
That's, we
That's
don't
correct.
control those.
That's correct. But you do control the development potential that's made available.
Sure.
And so it's an open question about whether or not you bear responsibility for zoning land that can never be served because utility service capacity doesn't exist.
So there was concerns about staff levels. Have you projected any increase in staff levels if you get passes?
Yeah, so Councilmember Kimball, we have not, we do not see any need for any substantial increases over the next, 1 to 5 years, at least within the 5-year strategic operating plan that you all have seen regarding the adoption of UDO.
So it'd be a fair assessment to say that staff levels are driven by the number of permits pulled, not what is in the document.
Yes.
Okay, business changes. We talked about this, what they call it, when you got a business on a residential piece of property, potential with the UDO.
Right.
Rum district, is that
The
right?
RUM district, correct.
Okay, so help me understand these folks and we got several that has businesses on what will be zoned as residential. As they age out, can they rent these businesses to others? And they change the usage of those so-called buildings or businesses?
So
If I may, just real quick, just a point of some housekeeping. Councilmember Kimball, can we just make sure that your microphone is on? There were some
It is.
issues in the back.
It is on. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the question that you posed was, what about these business uses that exist on these lots in the rural mix, the RUM district? And what's the long-term sort of availability or practicality there? So this zoning ordinance was drafted to incorporate this, to recognize situations where there were non-residential and residential uses operated by people who lived in the house that was on their property or their direct relatives. Okay. It does allow 2 or more different use types to happen. The question that you posed about, can somebody rent an existing building to a different proprietor? I think the answer would be probably. There is language in this zoning district on page 144 of your ordinance that talks about direct relatives of people who reside in the dwelling unit. All right. At the same time, there's no permit procedure to check, relationship, familial relationship. So I don't know that there would be anything that would stop somebody from allowing a different person to operate a business that existed. Now, to your other question, what happens if I need to change a business or add a business? Well, because the RUM district is here, right? It recognizes the things that are there. If you want to make a change to what's there, then you'll need to follow the processes that are set down in the UDO. That would allow that existing business type to continue, that existing home to continue. If you wanted to change business types, add a new business, then you would likely need to come in and rezone your property to
Could make it
mixed use.
non-conforming.
No, when you rezoned, you would create the conditions for that additional use or that new use to be there lawfully.
Before we move on from an attorney standpoint, how possible would it be for a neighbor to challenge that direct family connection to that business?
So I understood what Chad was saying. Zoning regulates uses of land, not ownership, tenancy, or occupancy. So I would disagree a little bit, and I would think if it's in your zoning ordinance that you're trying to regulate uses, if Waycaster Tire was gonna be sold to you and it was gonna be Gons Tire, if it's a tire, it's a tire. That's uses, doesn't matter if you own it or if Miss Waycaster here owns it. And so that would be the same application on if a family member lived in a house and ran a dog kennel on the front. If I wanted to come in and continue to run that dog kennel, I don't think we can, as a municipality through zoning, regulate ownership or occupancy of a use. How can you challenge? I think you asked, can you challenge legislative decisions? Yes. Are they successful? Depends on how unreasonable the legislative decision may have been.
Mr. Gantz, one more thing I'll mention, a question you didn't ask me, which is, can an existing business in this RUM district be expanded? And the answer to that question is yes, it can. As long as it complies with the dimensional standards for the zoning district, that existing business can be expanded. If that expansion can't comply with the dimensional requirements, then they would need to get a variance, rezone to a conditional rezoning, or pursue a non-conforming authorization.
Much of that though is just subjective to who's ever sitting on the board. I mean, are there real strong rules and regulations on that, or could just you get this one group and they say you can do this big or this, whatever. I mean, it's subjective.
Well, Ms. Waycaster, I'm gonna hold you up because
I'm happy to answer the question.
let's answer that one. We'll try not to let that get out of hand. because we'll be here
Indeed,
forever.
indeed. So, there is a big difference between legislative decisions, things that relate to rezonings, like the kinds that planning board and town council understand and review, and quasi judicial decisions, things that the Board of Adjustment reviews or Board of Appeals reviews. Quasi judicial decisions like variances are based on findings of fact and conclusions of law. There is no exercise of discretion authorized. You follow the rules in the development ordinance and the testimony and evidence that is presented during the hearing. And that is it. There is no judgment. There's no discretion. That's what makes a quasi judicial decision different. your Board of Adjustment acts like a judge, and is limited to the framework of the law. That's for variances. Rezonings are legislative, and you can apply discretion.
And wouldn't it be fair to say that those fact of findings or questions developed by the state?
Yes,
All municipalities, all counties follow those same.
that's
questions?
correct. There are, for a variance to be approved in the state of North Carolina, there are 4 review criteria that must be met. And that is handed to us in the general statutes by the General Assembly.
Wow, one more time. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. All the people that's developed land on 3/4 acre lots up to an acre and a half since we incorporated in 2004 by our ordinance then. Once this UDO was to pass and they want to add a screen porch on that's outside the perimeter of their home now, they would either have to come ask for a variance, get staff approval, or there was one other
The non-conforming authorization,
non-conforming authorization.
which basically would allow them to have a non-conformity on their property. This was the safety valve provision that we wanted to include for folks who didn't need to go through a variance, didn't want to go through a variance or a conditional rezoning. The issue is we can't make somebody non-conforming without their consent first. That's the law here in North Carolina now. 2 years ago, that was not the law, and that was not necessary to have consent to create nonconformities. Now you must, okay? This nonconforming authorization is an opportunity for you to collect the consent that you need to collect. And by the way, that consent needs to be recorded with the Register of Deeds so it can be found in title searches, so that the right to have that extra space on or screened-in porch is carried forward in records. That consent cannot be rescinded. You can't withdraw it at some point in the future. A subsequent property owner has also given that consent for that nonconformity. And this is new legislation. There is no zoning ordinance in the state of North Carolina yet that has this provision in it. Nobody has been able to figure it out. Yours is the first.
And if I may, Chad, just briefly, going back to the question about staff time as well, at the one of the elements that was considered throughout this process is I believe North Carolina state law requires the local municipality or county to track nonconformities. And because of that tracking process, that was one of the myriad of reasons why that amnesty grandfather in everybody would be considered conforming on adoption for, again, the reasons we talked about before, but also it would remove the barrier on staff, because essentially without that provision, it would be on staff to start processing, recognizing, documenting every nonconformity within the town of Mills River, which is impractical at any level and any size. And so that's one of the major reasons why I just want to piggyback off of what Chad was saying there around that.
Hey, Chad, you only do that if you're non-conforming once for the screened-in porch once. Can you do it twice if I want a sunroom?
You need to come back for either another variance, a conditional rezoning, or a second nonconforming authorization.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I'll say one last thing on this. Because this is new, this is in y'all's purview, and we can establish some guardrails here that would allow what I'll call de minimis changes on properties without requiring these nonconforming authorizations. That is not currently in this document. It could be in the document if you wanted it to be, but there should be some discussion about how far is far enough, how far is too far. This is a frontier issue. You know, I think it's inevitable that communities that incorporate these standards will be deciding what's a de minimis expansion that I want to allow without triggering a variance, a conditional rezoning, or non-conforming authorization. We just haven't gotten that far with this concept yet.
So we got the tiny home community and how are they treated? Because they're basically come in and out on wheels. You know, what's there this month might not be there next month. Usually they don't change hands that quick. But, you know, as these things get older and people want to update, is it going to be up to staff to track the size coming and going?
Chad, I can jump in there.
Please.
So the tiny home park is considered like an RV park because they're movable units. And so we actually don't even issue permits for any unit moved in or out of there because it's basically considered like an RV on a small lot hooked up to utilities there.
Well, if we don't track that, how do we make any tax money off of that? I gotta ask that.
I'll hand the mic to our
Right
tax
ahead.
collector.
Tiny homes are considered personal property and must be registered with the county. And that's something that would be listed every year.
Okay.
Then the property that it's on is taxed.
Yeah, but main owner, you know, yeah, I get that part. Okay.
By the way, it is the building code, the state building code of North Carolina that mandates that Mills River treat the mobile tiny homes as recreational vehicles. That's not a town decision. That's a state building code decision.
Okay.
I've got a question. The appeal process for these are variances, non-conditional variances, and special use permits.
So one of the main philosophical underpinnings of any good ordinance is that every decision has an appeal path. No matter what, there is always a different body that you can go to appeal. And that's embraced in this ordinance. Any decision here in chapter 2 for any of the 35 or so application types are appealable. Some of those where staff makes the decision, those appeals go to your Board of Adjustment. A council decision, a Board of Adjustment decision, those go to the Superior Court for Henderson County. From there, if you don't like what the Superior Court says, you go to Court of Appeals. From there, you go to the North Carolina Supreme Court. From there, you go to, I think, District Court, and from there you go to the Supreme Court for the United States.
Have they decided what those fees would be? Or is that something that would later be done?
Mike, would you like to?
I mean, staff has proposed a fee schedule as part of the budget process, but that fee schedule is adopted at council's discretion. So those obviously can be changed.
And
I just wondered how, about how much there was.
we can, I don't have that in front of me, Mike. do
For
you?
the appeals specifically, yeah, I believe we lowered it $100 from $350 to $250.
Mhm.
And for special use.
I'll need a moment to pull that up.
Oh, never.
While I'm thinking about it, right before we went down there and talked, we had the big meeting over at Mills River School before the UDO ever got in place. And at that point, planning board had agreed with, and council agreed that we would look at rezoning a portion of 280 from Mills River School to the Transylvania County line. And the reason they said that, and we said that, was we felt like it was going to be too much to take on rezoning the whole town at one time. What gives me a little heartburn about this deal is, I've asked several times in open meetings, some of you's been there, I've asked staff, I've asked whoever, at what point in time did we ever decide we was going to rezone the whole town of Mills River, the whole 22 square miles at one fell swoop? No testing the waters, no nothing. We're just going to take this, what looks to be like a golden ticket and just pass it on and make it, just do it all at one time. I ain't saying that's the wrong thing to do, but that wasn't what was in our plan before we got this bill passed to move forward this UDO.
I'll disagree with you there.
Go ahead, explain,
No.
please.
No, I mean, when we went to Raleigh, a unified development ordinance is exactly that. It's a unified development ordinance. And there was discussion about changing the zoning to getting rid of mixed use. Y'all's discussion on rural residential was pre-me, but that was to that specific area. We've had 2 years of discussion on this. At any point in time, if anybody thought this was too much, they could have said something, not wait till tonight.
Well, they didn't. They said something about
That
2 or
was you
3
did.
weeks ago, I mean, it's whatever y'all want to do. I'm just saying, I'm just calling back history here. We was scared to do it on our own to do the whole thing. Now we're going to do the whole thing. The best answer I can get from staff is it's not all getting rezoned. We renamed part of it. Well, I mean, hell, I just went to Mills River and Rugby and West, but if you change the name of something, it's still change. So, I grew up here and I respect the forefathers that sat in these seats before me. And I've been here about as long as any of them. I only missed 2 years and then 4 others, so 6. So this town incorporated, I've missed 6 years of being here. When it first incorporated, everybody wanted to have half-acre lot sizes so the people could afford to stay here because it was already higher than any place else in the county. So they said, if we can keep it a half-acre, maybe the people that's working can live right here. But then we soon found out that you can't hardly get a well and a septic on a half-acre lot in Mills River. So they took the 3/4 acre lot size and give the option for some special use permits for the tiny homes, especially for any packaged plants or anything that get hooked to sewer after that. We had no water, no sewer here at that time, except for the pipe that comes from the Mills River that just gravity feeds into the few that gets it through South Mills River. So I'm just putting in history here. I know everything changes, but just keep in mind that the ones that hadn't been here, that's moved here for a reason. And I hope and pray you didn't move here to change it the way it was where you come from. That's all I got to say. Because if you think it's high here now, you wait till you got to buy you an 1.5 acre or 3-acre lot to put you something on. The kids that growed up here, they're going to have to move back here after they get established to get them a good job and then trade their job for something else, I feel. I mean, it's going to be Biltmore Forest. Biltmore Forest don't have these lot sizes. Biltmore Forest.
I have a quick question. It seems like a couple years ago, the state legislature passed regulation that if a local municipality makes a decision that increases or allows growth and it affects the expansion of a public school, they can force the municipality to put in funds for that expansion.
I'll start and telling.
Yeah, no, I will start because I'd say I'd have to look that up. There was a case that interpreted something very similar to what you're asking, but I don't have that case at my head, and I'd have to look at the session that adopted what you're talking.
The General Assembly, generally speaking, this is a Dillon rule state, and that means that local governments have the authorization to regulate anything that is expressly granted to them under the statutes. The General Assembly has not granted you impact fees, has not granted you school concurrency or adequate public facilities for schools. Those are not available to you. You cannot bar development or charge money for development for schools. in the state of North Carolina. That is not available to you. You can request special authorization to be able to do that. There is one county in the state, among the 99 counties that we have, that has that authority. But it is not Henderson County.
Would that be a local act or a local bill, requesting that through, legislature?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what that is. And that the county that has that authorization is Currituck.
And so if I can try to expand on that a little bit, as a member of the planning board or board of adjustment or town council, we're not allowed to discuss impact on schools. We could probably discuss it to some point, but we can't consider it.
You
So
just get asked that question in a special use permit. That will be one of the fact findings of a special use permit.
impact on schools.
Yeah, well, school superintendent has to weigh in, or the last one we had to weigh in if the school system could handle it, just like the sheriff's department and fire department going.
I believe we've discussed this before and asked the question, and they said that you could not ask a developer to put money for a school because one bad apple took the money and didn't put it towards the school, and then the developer turned around and sued them because they didn't put it to the school, and they said that we couldn't do that because that question has been asked.
The statutes do permit you, if your comprehensive plan identifies land for a school, the statutes do authorize you to mandate that developer who's developing that land to reserve that land for purchase by the school board in the community where you're located. So the statutes do include that authorization. But what you've said, Councilmember Good, is accurate.
I think we need to get down to the nitty gritty and so everybody can hear it. If this passes tonight and the UDO has an effective date of whatever, whenever, and the state legislation wants to shut it down, repeal it, what possible ramifications could the town have financially? In several different outcomes, because we can't foresee the future of their decision making.
And I don't know, when you say what liabilities the town gonna have financially, I mean, that's a crystal ball kind of question. What I can say is Mills River has to protect what it has now in light of the quick moving legislation that's making its way through the Senate and now onto the House that would prohibit Mills River from adopting any unified development ordinance between mid 2025 to July 1st, 2026. And so if you were to pass an ordinance, let's say tonight, and the UDO supersedes and cancels out and makes of no effect the ordinance that exists now. And then the new ordinance is terminated. There's no provision in the session law or in the State Bill 1074 that says the ordinance that existed at the time the UDO was adopted is reenacted. So Mills River would be left without an ordinance, which means everything could be done on every piece of property. We want to make sure that we address that issue. That financially, that doesn't have anything to do with the town, because the town didn't do anything. They moved forward under the legislation that currently exists that exempts you from no down zone. You can pass your regulation tonight as written. It would be the legislature that then takes that authority away from you and puts you in the untenable position of having no zone.
Can I ask another question? Okay. Because we're waiting on their ruling, if we table this up until before the end of it had to be done. If they passed the law and said that anything we had would be null and void, could we massage that into what we have now, take bits and pieces and still use it? Because we've spent a lot of money and a lot of time on this.
So I think the answer to that is yes. How that gets done is kind of a Chad question. But let's say we wait until June 30th to take a vote on this ordinance. The ordinance itself is like a 3-page document that incorporates and adopts the UDO. And so if we adopt, or if we push off the adoption of the ordinance that's presented to the board today, which incorporates and then would necessarily adopt the UDO, push that off to June 30th, and the legislature next week passes this session law, or passes the Senate bill into law, then yes, I think we would keep what we have now. You could utilize all the work and all the effort that Chad and you all, and the planning board and the community put forward, and you could work towards complying with the law on no downzoning as it's written now, to utilize some of the majority of the UDO that you have now. Chad, is that right? I mean, it's gonna take a while.
Kevin, could you go forward 3 slides, 4 slides? Keep going. Keep going. That. Okay. Quick background. The ordinance that was initially passed by the General Assembly said that Mills River was exempt from the downzoning legislation until July 1st of 2026. After July 1st of 2026, you could still adopt an ordinance, but it would have to be fully downzoning compliant. Okay? That's the relevance of July 1st. You adopt before July 1st, you're exempt from downzoning. You can have that in your UDO and be fine. You adopt after July 1st, you're subject to it. Now, this is a subtlety, but bear with me. We knew the whole time that this ordinance would still have to comply with the downzoning limitations after it was adopted. We knew that. And so we wrote it that way. All right. We wrote it to comply with downzoning. This ordinance is 70% ready to go in terms of the downzoning legislation. That's built in here. There were 2 or 3 things that we sought the exemption for. One of those was to grant us the ability to downzone because 75% of the land area in Mills River has few to no regulations. Okay. And that was a source of concern. And so if you decide to table this, or if you adopt it tonight and it gets overturned by the General Assembly, you can still go back into this ordinance and do exactly what you said, which is take some pieces of this and change it and make it so that it is 100% compliant with the downzoning legislation. The 6 things, well, the 4 things that need to happen are on that screen. You need to retain the MRMU district, including the range of allowable uses and the lot sizes that MRMU has today. We will likely need to increase some of the allowable densities in some of the other residential zoning districts. We will have to update the use table to put back in use types in some districts that were removed. We will likely, and I would suggest that you continue to maintain the amnesty program. There's no reason to take that away. The districts that are in here that are new, those could stay and just not be laid on the ground and made available for people to request. There are reasons why some of these zoning districts might work, and there's no real reason to take them out. Finally, it is possible for us to apply some of the new development and design standards that are inside Chapter 6 of this document to lands with current zoning, even the MRMU. Yes, even that, as long as those are vacant lots, okay? Existing lots, we cannot apply standards to. Vacant lots, we can. So all is not lost if you do not adopt this ordinance tonight. There is more work that needs to be done. There are changes that would need to be done, and some more discussion about what standards would we calibrate for the newly reintroduced MRMU zoning district. That's going to take 3 months, maybe 4. We got to go back to the planning board. We should probably go back to the community. And I know that people are exhausted, but that would be what would need to happen. So you could adopt tonight and take your chances, right? I think that there's wise words given about possibly structuring your adoption ordinance to allow the current ordinance to come back into place.
My question.
If the current legislation passes the House, so that you're not without zoning, you don't want to be there. That's not good. And if that happens, then we set about the task of making the adjustments to this language to be 100% down zoning consistent. It is doable. It's just going to take a little bit more time. And I mean, those are really, your options.
And that's not part of the original purview of your contract, correct?
No, sir. There would need to be a contract amendment if you chose to work with us.
But you like this so much, you probably just do it out of the goodness of your heart to see the victory, right? For that job satisfaction that is so good.
It is good, and I promise you, you won't find a consultant who does more for you for no additional money. We would have to revise your zoning map, and I'd have to pay the consultant who does that to help. But I'm sure that we could find an arrangement that was fair.
Yeah. Job satisfaction doesn't always pay the light bill, does it?
I have deep pride in this zoning ordinance, and have given over 2 years of my life to it. So I'm in it if you want to continue to work with us.
The current language that's been presented for adoption, as far as, do you feel that covers this as far as getting in place the old zoning?
So what we did, we tried twofold. The 160 601, when it talks about down zoning, it says specifically, no amendment to a zoning regulation shall be initiated, enacted, or enforced without the written consent of all property owners, if it affects down zoning. And so what we tried to do is, in the adoption ordinance, make it clear that if we adopt the UDO, that's not an amendment to the existing zoning regulation, right? That the existing zoning regulations were going to be restricted, rescinded, and that this was going to supersede them. We wanted to try to do everything that we could to give you avenues of supporting the effectiveness of the UDO. So we didn't call it an amendment. We said specifically it's not an amendment. Then we also said, but however, if the pending legislation goes through and any part of the UDO, or if in its entirety the UDO is declared invalid by state law, the adopting ordinance is designed to readopt the ordinance as it exists today.
Yeah, that's section 6, severability, correct?
Yes.
Looks well written to me.
That's the only, and you can thank Mr. Malicek back there. he and I worked together to get that done. Thank you, Mike. But we wanted to try to do it twofold. We wanted to try to make clear, it's not an amendment, it's a completely new adoption of a new unified development ordinance. So that at least gives us an argument that even if we were to adopt it as written by Chad, it's not down zoning. Why? Because down zoning is an amendment to a zoning regulation, that down zone property. So, right, so yes, we tried to do that, we did everything that we could, but I will say we put in a date to, that it could be, so there was a date that said it becomes effective, and this, Councilmember Good, it goes to kind of you, we could make it effective today if we adopt it. We could make it effective September 1st if we wanted to kind of give the legislature some time to see what they're going to do. But what I will say is, if this adoption ordinance extends the effective date of itself and the UDO to, let's say, November of this year, and the legislature does say our UDO is invalid, we would have to repeal this adoption ordinance, just to be safe.
What happens to those people that's affected in between those two times? That's
So-
my financial word.
Yeah, so here's the question. If we adopt it and it's effective today, and I'm not saying that we are, but let's just say we adopt it and it's effective today, right? And we start enforcing those provisions tomorrow. And we go 3 months enforcing the new provisions of the UDO. And then the legislature passes Senate Bill 1074, right? If that happens, everything, all the decisions that you made during that time, our North Carolina Supreme Court has said those are valid. The invalidity, non-enforcement of that zoning ordinance is only prospective. The North Carolina Supreme Court says you don't go back and undo everything that was done. You only move forward with the stricken or the invalid ordinance. Everything else done during the period of time of adoption to when it is, if it ever is, declared invalid, is a valid enforcement of the UDO that existed at the time. And so no financial, I can't say no financial responsibility. But to say, right, are we gonna be sued over that? Our North Carolina Supreme Court says, not that you can't be sued, but that you did everything right.
Does some of those properties potentially come non-conforming when it goes backwards the other way? Potentially?
Yes. Yes, your current regulations include no amnesty provision for existing non-conforming development. So those people who were protected by this part of the UDO would then be rendered unprotected, if you will. And if they experience a loss of the building or whatever, they wouldn't be allowed to replace it.
So Chad, could you expand on that a little bit? You said existing nonconformity, so we understand that we do have existing nonconformities.
Yes, you do.
As of today.
Yes, you do.
And the UDO process allows them to be conforming.
That's correct. The draft UDO specifically authorized existing nonconformities to be changed, to be made conforming.
So if someone has a house on a lot that's too small, today they're non-conforming.
Correct.
Under the UDO, they're automatically conforming.
Correct.
And they have the opportunity to change their house or whatever and become non-conforming.
Correct.
And that doesn't cost anything.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't believe there's a fee for that. That's just come in and request it, correct? That doesn't go through the planning board, doesn't go through anything.
I do have the fee schedule up, again, the proposed fee schedule for council consideration with the budget. So a non-conforming authorization, we had it 250.
Okay.
And then to Councilwoman Good's question from earlier, the special use permit is 500. That's actually 250 less from what it is now. So a lot of these request types that we have now, those fees have actually dropped It's actually because we have new application procedures and processes, and those new fees would make up the difference.
Now, if I'm remembering it also, we're doing away with a whole lot of the special use permits.
Correct.
And the reason is, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, so y'all get a simple explanation. When we do a special use permit, it's a non-judicial, it's a quasi judicial, okay? So if someone wants a special use, they come in, they dot all dot all the i's, cross all the t's. They follow the procedures, you got to grant it.
Correct.
With a conditional zoning, it becomes a political decision. And we get the opportunity to say, no, we don't like that. Or we understand where you're at. We want something from it, as in we want some more buffering. We want some protection to the neighbors where we can make that decision. Whereas with a special use permit, we may not have that.
You do have the ability to apply conditions as part of a special use permit,
Okay.
but those conditions have to be narrowly tailored to the mitigation necessary to solve the challenge that the Board of Adjustment is having. And you do not have the latitude available to you that you've got under the zoning process.
The conditional zoning process.
That's correct.
Matt, I know you reached out to, Hoffman and Moffett, but
Yes, so Councilmember Cantrell, yes, at council's urging, I did reach out to both Representative Balkum and Senator Moffett. It was yesterday morning before noon, right before noon. I have not heard anything at this time.
Oh.
And just to be clear, the request was for a potential special meeting over the next couple of weeks.
To address any concerns.
To address any concerns around the session law or any questions around the UDO, et cetera.
Second
I mean,
question for anybody.
The Senate bill, not the session law. I just want to correct myself.
When are we talking about what we're putting on this errata sheet?
Whenever you're ready.
Probably after our break.
That I will have. I have great things.
Great.
But, ask.
I too have a couple of things, so I welcome that discussion.
And the idea of an errata sheet is we realize the way things change, the way things happen, when you write something down, it can change. Things, new conditions, whatever. So the errata sheet allows the UDO to be passed with these additional things. So it's not necessarily errors, but it's things that are added or changed in that sheet, which become then part of the UDO.
So are we looking to take a real 5-minute break?
Do we want to close the legislative hearing first? Does anybody have any
Add
questions?
those things to the errata sheet after we close, right?
That's the clerk's preference.
The answer is yes. If you're done with your legislative hearing, you're gonna, and you don't need any input from anybody else, and you don't want anyone else to come up and ask you questions that you can answer it, address any of their issues, you can close the legislative hearing, because we're still in it. You hadn't closed it yet.
I'm done with my questions.
Yeah, I'm done with my questions. I mean, in my comments, I may address some of the email questions I've got.
I think I'm good.
So I make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Discussion on before we close.
I was gonna see if you were to see if any of them had anything else to say, or is that? Okay.
They had to change. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. It'll probably turn into 10.
Do you need?
But we will be right back.
We have to vote.
Oh, we got, sorry.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I make a motion, we take a 5 to 10 minute.
No, we got to vote on our close.
Oh.
All yays?
I'm in favor.
Aye.
Yeah, aye.
Close the public, close the legislative hearing.
Yes, and now if you all would like to
5 minutes.
So I make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Okay. James second. All in favor?
Aye.
Take a seat. We have a few extra seats in here now. Okay, discussion amongst yourselves. Comment, motion.
Can we discuss questions from the audience or not now at 11:08?
We can discuss a little bit amongst yourselves.
Okay, good.
I mean, would this be the time where we talk about our opinions on?
Sure.
Okay,
That's what it's for.
so, and during that time, you can address questions, I would think,
Amongst yourselves.
amongst ourselves, which you all get to listen in on. Is it up to me?
Oh, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, I had a question concerning data centers and want to know if the UDO is not passed or made, void and null, what can we do about data centers? And there was no definite answer given. The only one that we were given was the UDO was the only way. But they said there's municipalities around us that have plans in place for such businesses, I would say. And my suggestion then would be, could we look at those municipalities and see what they have in place for that?
If I could ask a question, yeah.
I'm happy to answer that question. Do you want to post yours?
My question is with that, are we allowed to remove a use by right off of an existing zoning? Not, if UDO doesn't pass, are we allowed to take away a use by right, or is that considered downzoning?
So we're talking about the current set of development regulations, your zoning ordinance and the other chapters in the current town code of ordinances. Okay. The down zoning legislation says three things. It says you may not lower densities, you may not remove uses, and you may not render nonconformities as without prior consent from all affected landowners. Okay, so that's an important caveat. Let me explain what that means. To your question, can you remove an existing by right use in a current zoning district? Yes, as long as you get prior written consent from every landowner who has that zoning district designation on their property, then yes, you can. So if you have a zoning district that has 1,000 property owners, you'll need to have written consent from each and every one of those 1,000 people. In some instances, that will be corporations. In some instances, that will be people who do not live in Mills River or North Carolina or even the United States. In some cases, you might find properties that are in probate right now, and there is no owner to sign or give you consent, which gives rise to the idea behind the consent provision. It is impractical. Some would say that was the intention of including it.
Well, couldn't we include the property owner that's either they're buying it from or the?
You have to get consent from every landowner in that district. Everybody who owns property with that zoning district would be an affected party that you would need consent for. Your current development regulations allow data centers by right in the MRMU district, cannot withdraw data centers from your current regulations without getting consent from every landowner in MRMU first.
And we can't make it a special use permit or conditional zoning.
Now there's an interesting question. Can we take a by right use and make it a special use permit? The answer to that question is yes. Yes, you can. That's not barring the use. You cannot make it a conditional zoning use, but you can make it a special use permit use. That is permissible.
But that's not the same as saying you can't do it.
It is not the same. And the point that you made earlier, special use permits are what they call presumptively valid. If you meet the standards, you're entitled to the approval, period. And it's all bound up in findings of fact and conclusions of law and no discretion.
else you got? What else you got?
So I got a couple of items. Let's see, section 4.3.35, the equipment sales, rental and repair light, page 197.
4.3.35. Okay.
There was language in here, regarding, let's see. So there's language in there that if something, if you're cleaning, it must be done in an enclosed area.
Right, the standard reads equipment, sorry. Peter, do that.
Thank you, sorry. Yes, sir. The standard is sub C. Equipment cleaning and repair shall take place entirely within an enclosed structure for equipment sales, rental, and repair light.
So I would be in favor of, dropping the language requiring it to be in an indoor area.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate if somebody's working on something and need to wash it outside their business or something like that, then that's certainly an acceptable use. Do we need to vote on that as a group?
We might get a cluster of them together, but on the.
That's correct.
Yeah,
think
yeah, I
the
think
right
that's
way to go
fine.
forward
Mhm,
with
Make it like a
is-
consent. Mhm.
Is for us to kind of put these in a bucket.
Okay.
And then to, make sure, and then have you guys vote as kind of on one, have on once.
I would ask, and this is for Mr. Malachek, would this be something that would require like a oil water separator or something to clean the water coming off of the equipment? I mean, it's one thing if you wash your tractor off in your yard, but if you wash track hose every day, which are notoriously greasy and leak hydraulic fluid and all that stuff, that water's going somewhere. So are there provisions in the watershed or other ordinances that say you need something to kind of clean that water before it goes in the creek?
There's no standard now that would require a separate, basically, stormwater basin for that. Now, if it's a continuing issue and a water body is polluted, that can rise to the level of a violation under the watershed rules.
So if it's a new business, then they should do something, but that may be too complex to add to this right now, but let's think about it. Fair enough?
I wanna talk about this tree replacement. I wanna understand that a little better.
Okay.
So help me with that. So you do all that apply sticks, I think a lot of people can't imagine
It's commercial only.
commercial, but just keep in mind.
As part of your permit, you say, you know what? I'm gonna put in 20 trees. And we say, yep, you better put in 20 trees. If 5 of them die, you gotta plant 5 of them
I
back.
think it gets a little bit more.
Is it more than that?
Absolutely. Well,
So, the tree protection standards are in section 6.16. I'm gonna give you a page number. It may or may not be consistent with the version that you've got. Page 445 is where this starts. Okay, and so the basic requirement is that you either retain 15% of the land area that is under tree canopy on your site at the time of development. Okay, think about a site, it's 1 acre, 15% of that site needs to be under the leaves of trees after your development's over. Or if you wish, you may remove all the trees on the site because you need to grade, or the trees are located where you want the tree building, or whatever it is that you need. As an alternative to this 15% of existing tree retention, you can instead reforest or reestablish trees so that upon maturity, those trees cover 25% of the site. Okay. These trees can be required landscaping trees. if your required landscaping gets you to the 25% on maturity, then you don't have to do anything. If it doesn't, then you'll have to plant some additional trees in a tree saved area so that when they are mature, you have covered 25% of your site area. That's the basics of the stand.
But if some of them die, you gotta put them back.
That's correct. You need to maintain that coverage, the canopy coverage that's there. Now, you know, as a practical matter, I don't think that the town staff is gonna be running around, you know, counting trees or out there with a tape measure measuring, oh, you're at 23.6%, we're gonna have to plant some trees. But when new development comes in, there's going to be another assessment, right? It's like, okay, have you met the standard?
Do you not feel like that's gonna be a hardship for economic development?
I do not. I feel like this is a very fair approach. Again, existing required landscaping can be credited towards this. There's an open space requirement. Trees in open space are counted. There's required landscaping, it's counted.
And we have existing landscaping rules now, correct?
Yes, you do.
Doesn't pertain anything to that 25 or 50%. I don't think it touches that, does it? If we just have a standard of planting. And to keep alive, I think, is that right, Mr. Russell?
Yeah, it's a required standard. Now the replacement of dead trees is there. So a good example is when Amazon put in all their fast chargers for the new delivery vans, we found out like a quarter of their trees were dead on the site. So as part of that development review, we looked at it and made them replant.
Is the current tree requirements like per, how many trees per whatever? Is that stricter now or is it more flexible?
I believe the parking lot standards, it's actually less than what we have now.
The parking lot standards for tree planting are lower than your current provisions. The perimeter buffer standards, when you abut land in a different zoning district, there's a perimeter buffer that's required. That's more intense than what you require now.
Okay.
Is that unusual?
No.
So in municipalities all over the state, it's usual, it's typical that you require some sort of tree count.
It is absolutely typical.
Because you don't want it to just all be one big parking lot.
Correct. The opportunity to be able to remove trees, which is allowed, is an innovation that is not widely available, but it is embedded in these standards in recognition of the need for flexibility.
And this is not for private homes.
Correct. There's a long list of exemptions here, including individual single-family detached dwellings on their own lot. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 exemptions to the tree protection provisions.
They're on the street front.
Park expands over here, would we have to adhere to 25% of trees?
Well, that you take down. If I read that correct.
Correct. The park would need to maintain 15% of the park's area under tree canopy when those trees are mature. We have in the standards a square footage assigned to deciduous and evergreen trees, whether they're canopy and they're understory, and how much land area corresponds to a mature tree. And so you simply count the number of trees, multiply it by the square footage per tree, divide the total lot size by that number, and that gives you your percentage.
But it does not apply to residential.
Correct. It does not apply to single-family detached dwellings, nor does it apply to two-family duplex dwellings. It does apply to triplexes or quadplexes. It does apply to multifamily if that were to happen. It applies to townhouses, and applies to non-residential.
And business, industry.
Yes, ma'am.
Intersect it with the, would you say, sweat?
Seen a lot of economic development boards where we have to pick sites, and a lot of times trees are a factor in site because you grade it. There's more looking for the available dirt on site on that stuff. So they know they're gonna take all the trees out to get it in there. That only affects a little part of us. But,
Would you be okay if it was, instead of going up to 25, keep it at 15? Like you got to keep 15, but if you tear them all down, instead of going up to 25, you just got to go 15.
I do want to mention, just to be clear, you've heard it said before, and I'll remind you of it. There are numerous flexibility provisions that are embedded in these standards. There's an administrative adjustment that allows your staff to deviate from a numeric standard by 10% up or down based on some specific criteria. There's an alternative plan provision that allows you to propose an alternative if you've got a challenging site. You have the conditional zoning process, which would allow you to request a deviation from this standard, right? You have a development agreement process that allows you to deviate from this standard. You have the variance procedure that allows you to request deviation from this standard. So you have many, many options and alternatives that you can bring to bear on, you know, your particular individual site situation. Some are by right, some require a discretionary approval, but there are flexibility mechanisms that are built in. If that, you know, helps.
I'm gonna go back to the park. If we do the maintenance shed, and that's on this parcel, would that kick off this free thing for the entire park?
The question is, would we go back and retroactively apply?
Well, we're doing new.
Right. So the standards, the applicability provisions say this applies to new development. A maintenance shed on a site that already has a building or a park is not new development. That is the addition of an accessory structure. So the answer to the question is, if the land is already developed and they don't comply with the tree protection provisions and they want to do something else on the property, we would not then trigger the tree protection provision on that site. It already has development. It's not new development. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Lawyer, would you agree with that?
I'm just gonna look, because I would disagree a little bit with it, because that site out there is new development.
We're gonna put it onto one parcel.
Yeah, you put it onto one parcel. I mean, I would think if new development, if you are, as Chad said, if you are looking at any parcel that has development on it, we would want to clarify that either in a definition section to say new development does not include any development or addition to development on a piece of property that has an existing structure or use.
But my fear with that would be, Brian, if somebody would come in and say, they're gonna build an Ingles, but they come build a car wash first.
Yeah, but that,
You see what I'm saying?
that's the tree protection.
I see, but you see what I'm saying?
100%, I see what you're saying. So that's why I would think you're gonna combine it with this, that if I'm just out there looking at it, I'm gonna say that's new development. Now, whether or not it's gonna have to comply with the tree canopy standards.
So, and just from right now, you all have just seen the latest, the basic schematic of the maintenance facility. That they have already been starting to take that into account based off of the current UDO as well. So actually what you saw the other day, now granted, there's placeholder trees, but there were conversations about how to meet that standard and that requirement.
They did take into consideration having to, well, 40 acres, right? They're probably just thinking about that 3 acres.
So that's something that, again, we would have, I'll turn over to Chad about, but I mean, as of right now, that is a separate parcel At some point, there would be the recombination of that, and so the recombination
If you
question.
leave it a separate parcel, you can't build that area.
Yes,
Well,
exactly right. So it'd be so the question is around the recombination.
Take this across through here, we develop this, we put trees in there. Safety hazards. Each, at least few big spots, I don't know how it really works on paper on there.
Assumedly,
Hopefully we would get to count everything along the river.
if it's on the piece of property, sure.
Put some on the creek ditch on this one.
That would count too. So, I mean, the question on the table is, how much is the required landscaping? How far do you get towards your percentage, that you would have to meet? That's really a function of what's beside you, which controls how much your buffer, how wide your buffer is and how many trees you have to plant and how big your site is.
But take this into consideration. This thing is fully put together. It's over 100 acres. That's at least 15 acres of trees.
15 acres under tree canopy. That doesn't mean it's there. You can still have walkways, parking spaces, playgrounds.
But it's hard to kick a football or stuff.
Understand.
I'm just saying,
Understand.
you imagine this place with 15 to 25 acres of trees in it? And I'm thinking about us. We're proposing this to industrial sites. We're to Ingalls. We're proposing this to everybody.
Right.
Everybody needs to think about it.
And I think the number one complaint we get from the park now is there's not enough trees. Well, that's the number you need to throw out.
15.
I will say there is a shade issue, so.
Yeah, there is a shade issue.
There is a magic number. I don't know what it is.
But that's for art. I think
Well, you think about what do you want businesses in the town to look like? What do you want parking lots in the town to look like? Do you want them just a sea of asphalt or you want them broken up? And that also helps with stormwater. A lot of times where the trees go, there's a stormwater feature to help treat the stormwater that runs off. I'm working on a parking lot in Asheville, 25 spaces, and it's got tree pits. It's got a number of tree pits for trees to go in, because that's why I asked, and I can attest, it's not unusual to require trees when it's in a business. And the hardship that's built into the cost of doing business. They know it's there and they're gonna build it anyway. I can't imagine that, well, maybe 25 acres out of 100 might be a hardship. 15, 15%. Oh, no, we're not gonna exempt ourselves. I mean, if that's the requirement, we put in 15% of the property in trees and count the trees that are already here. It's part of it. And they don't go in as 50-foot oaks. They go in and then they grow, but we count the mature size.
Chad, can you clarify for tree protection, that only is triggered when mature trees are removed, is that right?
Unless exempted in accordance with section blah, blah exemptions, standards in this section shall apply to new development, town's planning jurisdiction, new development. And addition on an existing piece of property is not new development. The establishment of a park on vacant piece of property, new development. Can you count existing trees? Yes.
But I'm stating the tree protection standard is to retain existing mature tree
That's
canopy.
correct.
So if you have a parcel with no trees on it, what is applied in that situation?
If you do not have trees, I don't think that you would have to put trees on the site.
And that's what I'm getting at. This is about retaining existing mature trees. So if you have a site with very few trees on it that are not being removed, how applicable is the standard to that situation?
I think that in that situation, we would need to understand how much tree save area is on the site. If it doesn't reach 15, would you apply the tree protection standard? I think that's something that would need to be discussed and talked about from an interpretation standpoint. If you had a former farm site that did not have any trees, would you have to plant trees? The answer, no. Why? Because there's no trees to retain. The tree replanting is only triggered when you remove trees.
I see that as a problem if they start making farmland more desirable for development, because you don't have to bother with planting trees versus buying a lot that has trees on it for development. Then you've got to go back and meet the tree quota.
I think a lack of zoning makes that land more attractive. That, you know, trees are not gonna make a difference. It's just my opinion.
I'm sure Publix had no concern about how many trees they had to pay for.
Well, they have how they want their business to look. and
Correct.
It includes trees in the parking lot. A lot of places are going for a certain feeling when you go onto their property, and you know, they're gonna do their landscaping accordingly. Do you want to make comments now and press on? Okay. Is that good? Good. Okay.
Are you done, Sharon?
Are you done with that, or? I mean, I'm fine. If we want to say 15%, I'm fine with that. I don't want to lose the baby with the bathwater here. If that's 15%, then I'm fine with that. One of the things I hear a lot from people is what's going on in Mills River. It's crazy. Look at what's going on out there. The development is just crazy. What is about the traffic? It's just crazy. Something ought to be done. And I made a couple campaign promises. I promised to vote my conscience. And I promised to, you know, every time I vote, you're not going to like me. And I also promised to keep Mills River, Mills River. So how do we do that? Like I said earlier, we've probably all got a little bit of a different idea on how to keep Mills River, Mills River. Now, there is part of Mills River I want to change, and it's the crazy development. It's not Mills River I grew up in. I remember when Wedgewood came in, that was a big thing. It's, you know, we can't stop growth. We really don't have a reason to stop growth. We want to allow people to use their property. But as a governing body, it falls on us to determine what is appropriate and what is the best use and what's reasonable limitations. Through the UDO, we've all worked. The planning board's done great work. Chad's done great work. Town staff, we've been here trying to make it reasonable. We can't make it perfect. I know we had a concern that was brought up. If it's not perfect, don't do it. We can't make it. The last thing that came out that was perfect, our preacher reads out of on Sunday. Since then, nothing's been perfect. I've got in my account, email account through the town, I counted them up, printed off a lot of them, 44 emails. Of those, 33 are in favor of passing the UDO, 11 were against. Tonight, I counted, I believe I counted 28 people spoke. 21 were for it, 7 were against. That gives me, and it's pretty cool. I mean, both, even as an engineer, both the math adds up to 3-1. But even still, even if everyone was against it or everyone was for it, it comes down to how do I, as an elected official, you know, and I'm very grateful for the people that entrusted me with their votes, and I apologize if you're mad about it now. How do I make the decision of what's in the best interest of the town? And what can I do to help fulfill my campaign promises, follow my conscience, and try to leave Mills River as close to Mills River as we can. And I'm sorry the way it's going now. What's it going to be in 10 years? The theme of this has been Imagine Mills River, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. Imagine if we don't. I think that there's got to be a way that we can address people that no longer fit in their zoning because it's been rezoned. I think we can address that. I think we can bring in some kind of protection. I think it's already there by the nonconformity. But I fully believe that we have one opportunity. If we don't pass this, and it may still be taken from us, but I'm on record as wanting it to happen to protect Mills River, as I understand Mills River. I want to protect the farmers. I want to protect the agricultural land. And, you know, when the last bit of it is gone, what's left? So I'm in favor of the UDO. I don't like every part of it. I would like to see maybe a different minimum lot size, but that's something we can work on once we get it. If we don't get it before that law passes, we'll never get it. So when I'm looking at a chance of losing it after having never had it versus at least getting it and being on record, so y'all know you voted for me, keep Mills River, Mills River. I did my best. Then losing it then is different. So I'm going to support it. And that's it. And I'll be glad, you know, like, I think Mike Cole said, Jeff will go to lunch with everybody who voted for him. No, I'll go to lunch with everyone who voted for me and doesn't regret it. So.
Who wants to go next? Anybody?
On 2.5.17, the fee in lieu, I would like to see if we would entertain changing like the last sentence of that to staff negotiates the fee in lieu, but council would approve it or be able to vote on it separately. I feel like that's a little risky to come after the fact and say staff negotiated and granted a fee in lieu. I'm not suggesting that I am professional enough to know those numbers. I just want to say that I heard them.
Well, from a council standpoint, you know, we're gonna hear backlash, so if they don't satisfy the consent of the community, Bob, for the discretion that the staff made. Union members think it should have been $15,000 and staff accepted $5,000. They didn't go in front of us, so it's definitely gonna be.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Can I explain? And for y'all that may not know, fee in lieu of is something that's used in a lot of towns where sidewalk may be impractical, so they will pay the money that the sidewalk would have cost here, and the town will use it over there where it is easy to build. Does that make sense? I mean, there may be the side of a bank, you can't build a sidewalk there, but the UDO says you got to build sidewalks, so we have that option.
I just don't want the value of that sidewalk to be cloudy.
Yeah. And that takes the pressure off the staff.
And as I understand, fee in lieu is not a money gaining issue for the town. The money's going to be put into an account for the town to buy more land where.
The fee in lieu process is accurately described. It is an opportunity for either the town to mandate or an applicant to request payment of fee in lieu for certain instances. It was initially drafted that staff would make that decision. There was a subsequent change that said fee in lieu requests from an applicant or that were town mandated were decided by the review authority who decided the associated application. If there was an after the fact fee in lieu request, I got my site plan, I got my zoning compliance permit, and then I came back to the town after I started construction and said, oh, by the way, I don't want to put that sidewalk in. Can I do a fee in lieu? Those decisions were to go to council. Now, what I heard you say was you'd like all fee in lieu decisions to go to the council. That's fairly typical. As far as the amount, there's a section on determination of fee, whether that's for land or for infrastructure. If for land, it is an appraiser who decides the value of the land. If it is for infrastructure, a PE decides what is the value of the infrastructure that they need to post the bond for. As the town, you have the authority to accept the numbers that are given to you by the appraiser or the PE, or to go to a third party and ask them to provide you with a number at the applicant's expense.
All pay the applicant's.
Correct. So the question that you're asking is, can council be, can the provision be revised so that council makes the decisions on fee and lieu? And the answer is yes, if that's what you'd like.
Fine with the decision. I don't think there's a need for us to be involved in the negotiation. I am simply trying to, I'm not saying it would happen, but not, hear about something where somebody paid off. Imagine our P&L was missing a zero.
So if I may, just for clarification, and Chad, correct me on this since you're looking at it. That's when it comes to negotiation, staff's also relying on these criteria that are within there. So it's not staff, making numbers. But what would happen is that by going through this process, then we would bring that to council for and let's just say the applicant agrees with it. That goes then to council for final approval, but that final approval is to either approve what, let's just say the PE in the infrastructure case. You would either approve of the amount that was negotiated based off of that PE's findings, or if you denied it, that denial is based on finding then a third party to then to ensure that it's fair and that the value is what it should be. There's not necessarily a negotiation, or like you thought it should be 10,000, you're going to now request 15,000 from the dais. At that point, you're only that final decision point. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, thank you.
I agree with James.
On 4.2.5, that's your charts with the P's and C's. Could we move the P to a C for the bar and cocktail so we can match it to the nightclubs and the dance halls?
So, it is an interesting question, and it's actually one that I cannot answer at the moment, and let me explain why. We can move something that is a P to an S without worrying about downzoning. That's okay. What we can't do without worrying about downzoning is move from a P or an S to a C. The question on the table in my mind, and I would want to think about this a little bit more, is, are there currently, in your commercial district, you don't have a town center district, but in your commercial district, are you permitting bars, cocktail lounges, and private clubs now?
I was just basing that off of if we keep going down the nightclubs.
Sure, I understand.
They don't match.
Right.
In my head, they're the same thing.
Okay.
It just seemed like a loophole.
I see. So there is a difference. Does a nightclub or dance hall have alcohol? Maybe, not always, but maybe it might, like a bar or a lounge might. What's different is that the bar, the cocktail lounge, the private club probably doesn't have amplified music on every night of operation. Probably doesn't have comedians, musical groups with PA systems. Now, that's not to say that you can't ever have a singer in a cocktail lounge. Certainly you can, but that's not a normal part of the business where a nightclub or a dance hall does have that kind of feature. And that's why the standards for a nightclub are more restrictive than they are for, a bar or a, cocktail lounge. Now, let me just say this. At this point, this is y'all's ordinance. Can you go in there and take those Ps out and turn them into Cs? Yeah, you sure can, because you're exempt from worrying about downzoning. So if you adopt something before July 1st, no problem. After July 1st, we have to look at what your current code allows. So we can't remove it if it allows it without getting consent first. So to your question, if you adopt an ordinance before July 1st, there's no problem turning those Ps for bar, cocktail lounge, and private club to just the Cs. That's okay. That's not a problem. After July 1st, it's a different world because you are subject to the downzoning legislation, and we can't run afoul of that.
Do you think that would cause us a problem later?
If I operated a bar, club, or cocktail lounge and I was allowed by right in a zoning district today, and you took that away and made it a conditional zoning, and I knew that you should have gotten my consent to do that and you didn't, then we'd be in court and you'd lose.
But that's if we don't have the exemption.
That's correct.
And we have the
You
exemption.
have the exemption right now.
Correct.
Until July 1st.
Correct.
And they're gonna be conforming.
That's correct.
I'm fine with his request that you.
Good.
I would like to alleviate some concern and thank Chad. I have brought up stuff now over the last year, and if it's been brought up to me, I brought it up to Chad, and it is not in there anymore. So that, thank you for listening. And I know I don't always need to get my way, but okay, thanks.
Just to confirm, Councilmember Cantrell, the changing that section around cocktail bars, et cetera, that one line, changing the Ps to Cs across the board. Is that correct?
Yep. So what would happen actually is that the two Ps, the ones that exist under GLC and TNC, would become dots. They would not be permitted in those zoning districts. Instead, you would have to establish a mixed conditional zoning or a commercial conditional zoning. That's how that works.
Because the Cs are only in conditional.
That's correct.
Because it's a C.
Yes.
So it would actually be moving from those Ps, to additional. Yeah.
Right.
Is that gonna eliminate, any more breweries from coming in?
No, microbreweries are treated separately.
They serve alcohol,
Yes, ma'am, they do.
and they can still serve alcohol.
Yes, ma'am, they can, and they're permitted by right in 4 zoning districts. The MXR, the GLC, the TNC, and the IND by right in this ordinance. And yes, they serve alcohol.
Would it affect if a restaurant was to come in and won't serve alcohol?
So
It's a different permit, isn't it?
there is an alcohol beverage control permit that comes. That's not part of the UDO. Can a restaurant serve alcohol? Yes. When that restaurant's revenues from the sale of alcohol exceed 50% of the total revenues, then that is no longer a restaurant. It is now a bar, cocktail lounge, or private club. And it would be subject to those rules.
4390, repair shop 215. There was language in that section as well about cleaning outside.
Was that the heavy?
I think we got rid of the light heavy, but I think that was part of it.
Okay. I want to be sure that I got, this. What was?
4.3.90,
What's the name?
repair shop,
Okay.
page 215.
Just for clarity, that's. You're referring to your email from your.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I thought we.
And then I think there was also a reference to noise in that. It says there shouldn't be any no noise to adjacent properties. And I would like to change that to residential properties.
You're talking about repair shops, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we pull that section of the code up?
4.3.90.
So I am not seeing the noise piece. E2, facility include acoustical apparatus and materials that prevent any noise or disturbance to the owners and or occupants of adjoining properties. You'd like to insert the words residentially zoned in front of the word property.
Or something, the term any noise, any noise. I mean, that's pretty tight.
So your options are some noise,
How about
reasonable noise.
Noise ordinance or?
Yeah, in accordance with noise.
In accordance with the noise ordinance.
It can go on till 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, I'm just saying the term no noise or any noise is pretty restricted.
That's correct.
Yep.
So my neighbor who has an impact wrench and builds buildings all night long. Doesn't apply, right?
Or the shops concerning that.
Councilmember Kimball, just to confirm, go in accordance with the noise ordinance and or occupants of the adjoining residential or residentially zoned properties, you would like both of those caveats within there?
Yes.
As a practical matter, because your noise ordinance is your noise ordinance, people are gonna have to comply with that anyway. but
Correct.
We're happy to put that in there. I mean, whether you've got residential next to you or not, you're still subject.
Uh, 4.3.122, vehicle repair and service, no painting or body work. Page 233, item D. States that repairs cannot be done outdoors and everything has to be indoors. And I would like to change that. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal for somebody to put a bumper on a car. So
Try later inside.
Councilmember Kimball, can you say that the letter again?
so it should be,
Is it C? Okay.
does it see? Okay.
Oh, D, thank you.
You want to allow, service and repair operations.
I would say get rid of the within a fully enclosed building. And then maybe you could include something to, minor or non-hazardous or possible repairs. We got definitions in there.
We don't, so we'll have to think about that. But right.
That's all I got.
Do we need to pull all this? Chopped up and done. Before it's put on there, we'll probably put about
It's on your rap sheet, correct?
It is, and it's on the recording of what we've gone through tonight. And I will tell you that as a practical matter, if you guys have some minor adjustments or wordsmithing to language that comes through, that can be adjusted as long as it doesn't change the substantive provision of the ordinance after you adopt. Okay, so I have what you've said on tape. I have the list here and I'll run through that list, you know, if and when the time is right. And I would suggest to you that you don't need to wait until that is drafted. At the same time, it is certainly your purview to wait if you'd like to. And there's one or two ways that we can do this. You can give me 30 minutes to go into the library and I can write it. Or we can come back at a later date, if that's your pleasure. Or you can feel free to adopt now based on the record that we've got.
And may I, before we move forward, we were taking notes, obviously, that you all brought forward, but I want to just confirm that everything that's come forward has council consensus that we've discussed, that there are not any other issues that need to be discussed around the errata sheet items that we've discussed with parties. Is that true? Is that correct? Everybody's in agreement with the discussions so far for those changes.
What was the pre-grant?
I have, I wrote, but I have a question mark beside it. Thanks for asking. Drop the 25%, the reforestation standard down to 15. Remember that this is a living document. It can and will change, maybe sooner than we think, depending upon what happens on Jones Street, but that this document is intended to be changed. That's what it's for. And, you know, we have a whole raft of legislation that we will need to deal with. If not, you know, by July 1st, certainly by the end of the legislative session, you're going to have a first round of amendments that you're going to have to make based on the planning bills that are moving through the process right now.
So can I get someone to say, a council member or the mayor to say that they wish for it to be 15% or 25, and then we can get by consensus. That'll clear up the question mark.
I wish for 15.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Talk about the floodplain, flood safety
Special flood hazard area.
That's it.
This would be section 3.4.2. Plus any related procedures, the enforcement related provisions and the definitions would be extracted from this draft UDO and maintained in your town code of ordinances.
Agreed. Agreed.
I agree.
Okay.
For the record, as timed in, we've asked for or against. There was 8 for, 14 against. One of each, others did not speak, so I did not have a vote. So if they just signed in and checked the boxes, it would be 9 4, 15. Here's correct. But we'll have to check.
I must have messed up my count.
No, I mean, that's just our assumption by what you're talking. That's just how it happens, but they actually check the boxes and that's You said that, I said, I mean, I said, I was upset. But it's just the assumption of the way people vote. That's sad, because then I have to wonder about the discussion with it. It's simple as before, get it. You know what I'm saying? It bothers me. Plan on y'all being super educated more than me, and give me a little bit of spirit on what you want to vote.
I had 10 against and 18 support or neutral.
So here's the sign up sheet with the check box.
We're gonna change their minds too. We're gonna change their minds after your discussion as well.
So, and just what we can.
If I may, Mayor and Council, just briefly, would you all like for Chad to step out to type this up? I'm sure that there may be other conversations that may come up at the end here. Would you like to see that before any decision, or are you comfortable with the direction that he set out?
I'm comfortable with the direction. It's all on record.
Didn't they say last time that?
It's
Very typical. Yeah, this is almost, very seldom do you see an ordinance adopted without some kind of errata. That's very typical.
So one thing I will say is during the last election, it was clearly a land use issue as to the way people voted. And the top two candidates, or the top two winners, Jeff and myself, clearly ran on protecting Mills River platforms. And the one person who ran on a commercial platform to allow commercial growth finished dead last. So I think it's clearly obvious that the people of Mills River want this. There's been a lot of talk about it's going to raise taxes. I can assure you, if we don't enact it and don't control growth, your tax rates will go way up. Because the number one thing that we have to spend money on is police and fire. If there's more buildings, more people, that means we have to have more public safety services. And those are the most expensive. So, you know, the thought that in 10 years, the tax rate's going to double. We already have a 5-year plan. It's based upon UDO, and that's not the case. So if we can manage our growth, we can keep taxes lower. If we allow unbridled growth under the current planning and zoning, you're going to need more firemen, you're going to need more law enforcement, you're going to need all these other services. You're going to have more infrastructure needs. You know, the state does a wonderful job of maintaining our roads, right? So people are going to start looking for municipalities to take that on. That means more tax money. So if we don't manage our infrastructure, then taxes go up. And that's the way it works across all municipalities. I mean, I support it. So I think it's based upon more than 2 years of work. It's based upon the comprehensive plan, which was 2 years of work. This has been in process for 10 years at Mills River. Anybody who opposed this, whether it's on this council or in the public, had every opportunity to come specifically state what they didn't like. We changed so much in this over the last 2 years to adjust those needs. So the people who didn't come express what they want to change and are just against it, that doesn't work for me. You had 2 years. For us.
I feel like we've worked very hard on the UDO, and we have adjusted, massaged, and tried our best to make it fit us. And there's definitely a need for it to control growth, because with the sporadic stuff we're getting right now, stuff goes up and council knows nothing about it. I mean, we've gotten brewery after brewery and council knew nothing about it. And, you know, that doesn't help our town keep it rural, I don't think. As far as, can you stop people selling their land? No, you can't do that. But do we need to do something to help get something in place to keep us rural and protect us a little bit? I can see that. What concerns me is knowing that we're put down to the wire to adopt this, and the state can come along and kick it out. What's the repercussions of that? I mean, the state does a lot for us in grants we get and different government entities. So, I mean, is there gonna be repercussion off that? If, when we could table it and wait and see versus going ahead and applying it and then just having it null and void?
Round spreadsheet, if you pass it tonight, you're gonna well, you know. But if you don't pass it tonight, they're gonna go look somewhere and see what you do. Straight shoot.
Well, I mean, that's what I want, honest answers.
Some will say, well, they're just gonna wait on us. Don't care. But anyway.
But just to that, I don't represent Senator Moffett. I don't represent Jennifer Bolton. I represent citizens of Mills River, and that's what I want.
And I will say that, Mr. McCarran and I met with both, Senator Moffett and Representative Balkin, and Senator Moffett, he didn't tell us we couldn't say what he said. He said, go ahead and go through with it. You might lose it. He said, just keep going. Cause I asked him, I said, is there anything we can do that will keep the legislature from trying to take this? Is there anything we can do? We've got time. Can we make some adjustments? He said, no, just press on like you're doing, or that's to that effect. He said, just go ahead, you might lose it. So 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
And we learned about this one.
I believe it's May 20.
We told you, during our discussion, but he said, you know, I mean, that wasn't under oath or it was just talking. So,
The first I learned of it was, I believe, Tuesday when you sent out the email to us.
that's
it
when the
wouldn't
board,
pass.
that's when the bill was sent, was submitted, the Senate bill. There's always been a chance it was going to take a house.
So if I may, just for clarification, yes, so there was no legislation, no language, no preemptive language, nothing sent to staff, no loading of any type of language prior to us finding it last Thursday. And that's when the emails went out stating that that existed. And even at that time, there was still no clear understanding of where that language had come from, at least from the bill, because the bill was with Senator Berger as the primary sponsor. So at that's the first time any language has been seen across the board.
Just a political chat. And
Yes.
I don't know who submitted. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. All I know is that what I took away from that meeting is for us to go ahead and go like we're going. Then there's, other municipalities are concerned, other legislators are concerned, because they're not really being on that. But just to press on, and if we could lose. It's like, there's that chance.
And I apologize, but one other point of this is that we are a Dillon's rule state. And so at the same time, we are a creature of the state. And so just like us potentially losing this based off of this bill, that we've seen the state have the authority to remove, local authorities in other cases as well. So it's not also specifically to us in this regard. By a Dillon's rule state, that's how our government is set up. So there's always the potential of something being removed or revoked or something of that nature just by the design of North Carolina government.
Even as part of preventing the charge, we can shoot another power. I just want to say that back in 2000 and 2004, when the town was being audited up, the reason for it was the fear of Asheville, Fletcher coming into what we call the Mills River community. And guess what? They was trying to keep us away from them zoning and land use restriction. So as we make this decision tonight, know that we're going potentially dead against what this town was set up for. I just think it's important that y'all know that. Y'all some of you's lived here forever, some of you's moved here and all that, but
back from 2004, there's a group of about 15 to 20 people that sought after getting this thing incorporated to where we could do our own thing, what we're doing right now, but do our own thing and protect us from the zoning regulations of Asheville and or Fletcher. Then when Fletcher come across the French Broad River and took in part of what's now the industrial development over there, they felt the pressure more so than ever, and they really got after it, to make it happen. They had to get us, I think it was a House representative, maybe a senator, I can't recall his name, but from way down the eastern part of the state, they even put the bill up for us to be incorporated. So it was put in. After several readings, it was passed and it moved over and we were kind of down. But just know that we originally incorporated, stay away from the stuff that we're posing on ourselves right now.
And to that point, no citizen in Mills River had the opportunity to vote on that.
Right.
No one got to say something. It was pushed on them.
Didn't they put in a bill. So
And I
it did
guess
not get done.
I would argue that a little bit too about, I think going against, a little bit of a dent against, and why the entire time why. Why? Why would they not put in like that?
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Or somebody else.
And I think things have changed in ways that were really unanticipated. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't look 20 years in the future. When we try to make our decisions today so we'll be in good shape in 20 years. But back when the town was founded, we're a brand new town. And I think a lot of things, I don't think the warehouses on Schoolhouse Road were anticipated. I don't think Five Rivers were anticipated. I don't think Mills River Townhomes. So I think things have changed, and what we're trying to do is to address those changes and manage the changes in the future. We're not saying that a bad job was done back then. You know, you got to operate, make your decisions based on what you know and what you can ascertain. And, you know, I don't think even, I can't think anyone who would say, well, what we've got now is working great. I don't know that anyone really think, there might be, what we got now is just not working that great. So what do we do? Nothing, or at least something. And something that, like Chad says, a living document. We can change it, tweak it as we go. We're allowed to keep it. I just think that we got one opportunity. I can't guarantee success, but I know how to guarantee failure by doing nothing. We might pass this and they say, you know, they did have some good reasons behind it. Let's let it stand. The House may let it stand. Yeah. If I didn't believe in 1,000,000 to 1 odds, I wouldn't be married because she didn't like me when she first met me. So, you know, you just got to do what's in your heart, press on with it. So I know I've tried to keep the humor down a little bit because it's a very serious thing. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Can we review the rata sheet just one quick time? I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. So I have y'all's notes and I'm going to read them out. But before I do, I want to read out the 2 pieces of errata that I think need to be made, need to be changed. The first of those is removing section 1.1.1, which is abrogation, that basically allows, that treats this document as a continuation of your current standards. Based on discussion with the attorney, that provision needs to be removed. So we're consistent with the adoption ordinance should you go forward with it. So that would be my first of 2 suggestions, removing 1.1.1 abrogation. The second one is one that I have to humbly apologize for because I missed it. 2.5.22 is the non-conforming authorization procedure, and buried down in that stuff, I'll let Kevin get there. Okay, come on down to, keep trucking. I'm talking about specifically the I believe it's. Yes, that's where you should be. Okay, come down. I haven't seen the section of that. Okay. Recordation required. References, conditional rezoning. That's a mistake. That's old language. That sub H needs to be revised to reflect the proper procedure. Okay, not a conditional zoning, but rather a non-conforming authorization. Okay, so sub H needs to be fixed. It references the wrong procedure. Okay, those are the two that I would suggest. Here are the other changes that you guys have proposed, in order that they were proposed. Removing section, no, I guess these are kind of numeric, so sorry, numerically. Next is removing section 3.4.2. That is the special flood hazard area overlay district. Moving that language to your town code of ordinances so that in case something should happen, that you've got those standards in place. That includes removing the procedures, the enforcement related standards, and the definitions that pertain to the special flood hazard area. Whole thing comes out, goes as one chunk in your town code of ordinances. Okay. Next is section 4.3.41. These are the small equipment rental use standards. And we want to remove requirements that mandate indoor cleaning. Okay. Next is 4.2.5, the bar, cocktail lounge, private club, allowing those as conditional, not by right permitted uses in the two conditional districts. Mixed conditional, commercial conditional. Okay. Section 4.3.99. This is the repair shop stuff to change the standards from no noise at all at the lot line to complying with the noise ordinance, and in particular in cases where the use type is adjacent to a residentially zoned property. Okay. Next is 4.3.130. This is vehicle repair and service. Standard requires all actions, repairs to take place within an enclosed building. That we would remove that requirement and look into some caveat if there was something that created an airborne particulate that could be potentially harmful. And those.
I've got a different reference for not 3.1.
I'm sorry.
And I've got the repair shop that talked about is 4.3.
Yeah, the reason why you guys have different numbers is because what I'm looking at is actually an older version.
Oh, okay.
So then also check with 4.3.41 for the smaller.
Right, right. I will, I've used the numbers that are in my older version. I know the sections that you're talking about.
And one last thing, the 4.3.3 sales, rental, and repair. At one time, those were heavy and light. They were combined, so the word light would be struck there.
Right.
Just the equipment sales, rental, repair.
Right. Yeah. Okay. 2.5.17, fee in lieu. Council will decide based on the standards. It will not be decided by the planning director. Okay. 6.16.4B01. This is the tree canopy standard. If you choose to remove existing trees, you'll need to replace trees so that you result in 15% of the lot area being covered by mature canopy, not 25, 15.
Is this something that we can come in for variance?
waive through zoning, use development agreement. There's a lot of options. Last one in the list. 8.4.14, adding a definition of what is new development, so that that's abundantly clear, in terms of, when do these tree protection standards apply? Do some of the other standards apply? So adding some more clarity about what new development is and is not. Specifically, if it's a lot that has existing development on it, that's not new development. Okay. Those are the 10 erratas. Happy to add any others that you think are necessary.
One last part of housekeeping, just as an aside, we have had the conversation earlier during the public hearing piece, but if council wishes to consider adoption tonight, the current language on the back of the form here does have an effective date that is blank. And so I would just suggest that if there is conversation around adoption or not adoption, again, that's council's discretion, to also make sure that there is an effective date that is defined and understood.
Quick housekeeping question on that. So let's say we make our hypothetical September, October 1st, and it's not struck down by that day. But we're past July 1st. Can we modify that date, or that date is set in stone for the invite?
Yeah, so if today someone was gonna say, the effective date of October 1st, 2026, that's gonna be the date. And I think the reason for maybe being cautious and setting it out a little bit is to see what happens with this Senate bill 1074. But that's, it could be effective immediately if you wanted it to be. The exemption that was given to Mills River didn't say that the ordinance had to be effective before July 1st, 2026. It just said it had to be adopted prior to. So it's my thought that we can make it effective immediately, we can make it effective in 2 weeks, or we can make it effective in a month or 2 months. But that, I left that open for council to discuss to see if there's any, if you would like to consider extending it out to see what happens with this legislation. We can do it at a record pace.
But if it happens to slow down, there is a chance we miss the day. But we cannot extend that date after July 1st.
We can't extend the adoption date.
Right,
After,
you can adopt it now, but set the date.
But then we can't change it.
But we can't change the effective date after July 1st.
Yeah, any changes after whatever.
So if we set it for October 1st and it drags out through then October 1st, it becomes active here. And then after that, they go in and kill it, it's done before. And that's where we're in that gray area.
But then everything up to that point. So let's say we make it effective September 1st. The legislature passes their bill October 1st. So for that 1 month, it's effective, and anything that comes in that 1 month. So chances are, if it's still being talked about, nobody's gonna come in that month. They're gonna wait and see what happens. But if they do, they're under UDO. The UDO is effective until it's struck down, correct?
Yes, 100%.
That's that 1 month, we're good.
Correct. And it is effective when you make it effective. Adopted, when we vote on it, makes it effective, whenever you make it effective.
And if they do pass it and it becomes null and void, then we can still use bits and pieces of it.
We go back to the old, and then we can, yes.
Modify it, go back through the public hearing, structure, pass whatever you do, it's allowable by law with that, place it.
But we own this, so like we own your work now. So if we like the language and it's not down zone, we can't use it.
Yes.
As we see fit.
That's right. The issue that you want to be sure about is, you know, if this gets overturned and you decide that you'd like to, you know, bring it back, resuscitate it, what you'll have to do is be sure that we haven't done any of those things that we can't do. Lower densities, reduce the range of uses, create nonconformities. That will require those things I showed on the slide, the reintroduction of the MRMU district, the review of the litany of allowable uses and make sure that we haven't, you know, unintentionally removed a use type. And we have to remove any standards that render existing development non-conforming. Okay, and so there does need to be some scrubbing of this, but that's just scrubbing. That's not start over.
You know, say we, yeah, yes.
Yes, you own it, it's yours. And you just, there will need to be some tweaking to it so that it's legal when you go to adopt it.
So we want to make it effective a month, 2 months, see what happens.
I'm comfortable with September the 1st. So I make a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-09 as presented, which has the effect of adopting the Town of Mills River Unified Development Ordinance together with all exhibits, appendices, errata sheets, and associated zoning maps as discussed and agreed upon at the legislative hearing held on June 11, 2026, with such ordinance having an effective date of the first day of September 2026. And I'd also ask that the votes be done by roll call.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Who calls the roll? Is it our town clerk or?
Yeah, you can, or the mayor, you just start at one end or.
I'm for it.
Aye.
Aye. Let's see what happens. It's gonna be an adventure.
I would, we do have the statement of consistency and statement of reasonableness.
Okay, thank you.
That's,
That we have the information on everything we got to do.
So I mean, that's the state, I'll pull it out.
I think it reads the same one about all of them, but.
It does, and any ordinance that you are about to reject amendment, pass amendment. And it's 160 605. And it just says you have to make a statement that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that the zoning, map is reasonable in light of, the comprehensive plan and some development pressures and regulations.
I've got it pulled up there. in front of us.
There you go. Perfect.
You can see that photo.
You don't have to say it presented.
Okay, so I make a motion to adopt the town council statement of consistency regarding the adoption of the new unified development ordinance, official zoning map and reasons. As presented.
and I'll second that.
Discussion on that.
Aye.
Correct. Okay. Got them both in one, right?
You can do both of them.
Good. Got them both. Okay. All right. All right. That's done. Any other business?
Email your local senator.
Please.
Second.
I'll say. Aye.
There is the business meeting agenda. And I. Yeah, so I believe it could be really quick. There's, I believe, one thing I just need to mention to you all.
Second. Aye.
Yeah, so the one item to bring it up, and I apologize, give me one second. Is around the 26-27 budget that's gonna be coming up on the June 16th meeting. That meeting, there is the potential for us to have a discussion on the sales tax, so on the property tax presented within the proposed budget. Right now, with Henderson County's action to increase their property tax, and that has a ripple effect in the sales tax percentages that other municipalities receive. And so right now, there we are running the numbers there. Fletcher has increased their property tax by 0.5% to cover their seemingly to cover their differences in that, which again has a trickle down effect for us. And so I just want to quickly, Julie, did I miss anything there? Then right now, what are we looking at potentially to cover the difference?
Be based on, we know. At a minimum.
And that's based off of our conservative, but we were even more conservative than that. It would be a bigger deficit if we used the other metrics. Yes.
So, yeah, what the city of Hendersonville is going for their position. So if they also do a similar adjustment, then that will also impact our adjustment. So based on what we know currently, is between county and Webster, we could lose up to between at least $98,000. If the city of Hendersonville also does a 2 cent, that could make $120,000. So you're looking at a 0.5% increase, because your 1 penny, $233,900. 0.5% would be enough to cover that deficit. Yes, the city of Hendersonville also to follow suit and they range. They get, yeah, because Hendersonville chooses to allocate sales tax less about not population. So we're kind of nervous about him.
So there's no, we're not looking for any guidance tonight. We just wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that. If you have any questions, please by all means out to us. But that is something that came up quickly last week. We're working through it. That's what the current.
Thank you.
Outside of that, the only other item is that I'm going to recommend that we put off DC community survey until August for discussion, just because the last few weeks and our priorities that we quite honestly I have to need more time to get that into position.
I have no future agenda items. I make a motion to adjourn.
I will not be here on that.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
I make a motion to adjourn.